Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us at the quarterly Police and Crime panel being hosted today at BCP Civic Centre. We have a packed agenda this morning, so we will dive straight in with item one. Do we have any apologies?
Thanks, Chair. We have two apologies. We have Councillor Sarah Williams and Councillor Louis O'Leary.
Thank you. We have had some changes to the panel since we last met. Councillor Rampton has stepped down from the panel. I'd like to thank her for her diligent work and her contribution during her time here. And we now welcome Councillor Cameron Adams to the panel, and I look forward to working with him going forward. That moves us to item 2 of the agenda, which is the minutes of the last meetings. Do we have a proposer for the minutes of the last meeting? In which case, I am happy to propose. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, go on, I'll second that.
Okay, lovely. Item 3, declarations of interest, according to our code of conduct. Panel members are invited to make any declarations that are necessary to ensure compliance with the code of conduct. Does anybody have any declarations of interest to put forward? I will take that as a no, which moves us on to item 4, public participation. Do we have any public questions? Thank you. Okay. So we are into item 5, which is one of the main substantial items of today's agenda, which is the confirmation hearing for the Chief Constable appointment. The purpose of the hearing is to provide notification of the Police and Crime Commissioner's preferred candidate for the role of Chief Constable for Dorset Police, and to seek confirmation of this proposed appointment as required by the Police Reform and Social Responsibility Act 2011. So the hearing will be, I'll just briefly go over how the hearing will be conducted and the themes that we will touch on. I would like to reassert to our panel members that the purpose of the hearing is not to re-interview, but to examine the process and ensure that the candidate meets the criteria for the post as set out in the role profile, that the candidate has the professional competence to carry out the role, and the candidate has the personal independence to carry out the role, and that the selection process was fair and honest. The panel has decision-making powers that are statutory. So following the hearing, we will move into a closed session to debate the appointment. The outcome of our discussion will be whether we recommend, don't recommend, or veto the appointment. Mark, would you like to just cover the quora required?
Yes, certainly, Chair. So effectively, there needs to be 8 members of the panel present today to determine to veto or voting to veto. We have 8 members. Well, actually, we don't yet, but we're expecting 8 members today. So at the moment, at this present time, we don't have those numbers, but we are quorum for this meeting.
Okay, so quorum for the meeting, but not quorum to veto at this point, subject to a member arriving. Okay, there we are. So just to reiterate, the decision-making element of this meeting is closed to the public. The outcomes of the decision will not be announced today at this meeting, and the meeting will reconvene for further panel business after the exempt business is concluded. So at this point, I would like to pass to the Police and Crime Commissioner to introduce the preferred candidate.
Might it be an idea?
I can't hear that.
It has been suggested that we change the agenda order as we are not quorate for this element at this point. Okay, so I prefer things to run according to the agenda and a little more smoothly than this, but it is important that we are quorate to discuss this element of the meeting. And we are expecting a panel member who is in transit to join us. So reluctantly, there are some shorter agenda items around complaints process and the re-election of chair and vice. I hope it is acceptable, but in order to run a quorum meeting, which is paramount, I will use my chair's discretion to switch the agenda items. So I would ask you to bear with us. Commissioner.
Sorry, Patrick. I have one further suggestion which may be useful. The annual report is probably the other item which could come forward as well. So if you need that and the transit's taking longer.
That's good advice. I think I would take the complaints, the election, and the annual report in that order. And when our member joins, we will move this item forward. Okay. Thank you for your understanding. We will proceed with the next item.
So the annual report will be the next one down. So it may make sense to do that first, Chair.
So we were going confirmation hearing, quarterly monitoring report, complaints annual.
And it's a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I will bring forward item 10, which is to update members on the Police and Crime Police and Crime Commissioner's annual report. For which I would pass over to the Police and Crime Commissioner to introduce.
Well, thank you very much indeed. The annual report is an update on everything that's happened in the last year according to the Police and Crime Plan. I could wax lyrical about everything that has happened in the last year. We monitor it on a quarterly basis, you see that. What I will reiterate, though, is that progress has been good this year. We've now moved to a situation where we're the fourth safest area. We were 10th at the start. Antisocial behaviour is running at the lowest it's been since 2008. But I will make a point about that. The point is this, is that antisocial behaviour, if it happens outside your front door, it doesn't matter what the statistics are. And indeed, that's the same for all the crime statistics. So there is a big push from me to get the feeling safe as well as the actually being safe dealt with. I commend the report. I'm not going to talk about it in detail because you've got it. We actually review it every quarter. So I'm going to leave it at that, particularly as I've just seen that you have become quorate, which may be useful to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've read the annual report, and I commend the effort and the detail. I also note and agree that despite the figures for antisocial behaviour in our communities statistically dropping, residents' lived experiences do not always live up to that, and this is something that we strive to highlight, scrutinise, and improve as we go forward. Members, do we have any questions of the PCC's annual report at this point? If not, are we happy to commend the report and acknowledge it? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Then thank you very much for your efforts and your officers and Dorset Police for getting these results. So I'd like to welcome Councillor Woods. We will now proceed to the original agenda item 5 on the report, which is the confirmation hearing for the Chief Constable appointment. We are now quorate, as we required. If we were to move to veto, we require a minimum of 8 panel members. Okay, so I will reintroduce. The purpose of the confirmation hearing is to provide notification of the Police and Crime Commissioner's preferred candidate for the role of Chief Constable of Dorset Police, and to seek confirmation of this proposed appointment as required by the Police Reform and Social Responsibility Act 2011. This hearing, the purpose of this hearing is not to re-interview. The key themes are: does the candidate meet the criteria for the post as set out in the role profile? Does the candidate have the professional competence to carry out the role? Does the candidate have the personal independence to carry out the role? And was the selection fair and honest? The panel decision-making powers recommend, not recommend, or to veto the Commissioner's proposed appointment of the candidate. The decision-making element of the hearing is closed to the public. The outcomes of the decision will not be announced today at this meeting, and the meeting will reconvene for further panel business after the exempt business is concluded. And again, I will pass to the Police and Crime Commissioner to introduce the candidate.
Good morning. Thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted to be accompanied by my preferred candidate, Deputy Chief Constable Rachel Farrell. And what I'd like to do is, you've had an extensive report of the process of the to get us this far. What I'd like to do is pick out a few things from it to highlight. Then I'll come to the Deputy Chief Constable to say a few words, and then we'll come to questions. So the first thing I ought to state is that there's a clear vision of what we're trying to do in Dorset. We're trying to link the objective, which is to serve the people, hence we ask the people what they want, through the strategy of the Police and Crime Plan, to the operational delivery and the culture, which is driven by Dorset Police, which is why the Chief Constable is absolutely inherently important to delivery of the Police and Crime Plan. Now, I should pay tribute to the outgoing Chief Constable, Amanda Pearson. She notified her intent to leave in January. I had asked her when she came, when we appointed her, I'd asked her how long she would serve. She said she would give me 3 years. She's given Dorset 3 years. She's actually had 33 years in policing. And she has taken us with her leadership to that fourth position place of safety. But also she has had to deal with incredible cost challenges over the last few years, with over £17 million having to be taken out of the organisation. So I pay tribute to Amanda Pearson. She did everything that I wanted from a chief constable. And to reiterate, I've said these criteria, and I've said these criteria publicly. I need a chief constable who has a broad range of experience, not only geographically, but also in different police disciplines. I also want a chief constable who recognises the diversity of Dorset, not just the diversity of the different communities, but also the difference between urban, coastal and rural areas, in order to basically serve the totality of the people. Third, and critically, I want grip. Because delivery of the police and crime plan, where we've come to, it is important that that delivery continues to cut crime, make Dorset safer. I want crime to continue to fall and arrests to continue to grow. Following Chief Constable Pearson's decision, we undertook a full and open recruitment process. So it's probably worthwhile spending a little bit of time talking about the challenge that we face. And I'll reach back to the process last time for Chief Constable Pearson. I was uncomfortable at that time that we weren't doing enough in order to get good candidates through. So I changed slightly the way that we went out to get candidates. Basically making a video, which isn't done by every PCC, to say, come to Dorset, this is what we want. The ongoing challenge of Chief Constable recruitment is there's been concern raised for 20 years regarding the number and the size and strength of the pool. As early as the mid-2000s, concerns emerged that we weren't getting enough high-quality talent through. I'm not going to go through the rest of what it says in the paper, but I will make a couple of points about where we've got to. This issue has become more stark over the last few years. I thought that the examples are there. 2024, Humberside received no applicants for their chief constable position. 2024. 2025, the chief constable of Merseyside and the deputy commissioner of the Metropolitan Police attracted 1 applicant each. I broke the mold last time by getting 6 applicants. This time we followed exactly the same process. The fundamental reasons are, one is geography. So most candidates are in the area of having children at school. Are they going to uproot their kids to move? The second one is also about where they are. They may actually be in a larger force which pays better as a deputy than the chief constable of Dorset. So there are fundamental hygiene factors as to why they might not move. And the third one is, I'm afraid, something which is very obvious to me from the discussions that I get, is everybody knows each other. Policing is a village, and in consequence, if there is a good deputy, you get less applicants. And that's known to the applicants before they start. So that is the issue as to the recruitment pool. What I wanted to do with the process, though, both the advertising of the process and actually the interview process, was to make certain we did exactly the same as we'd done last time when we attracted 6 candidates. And that's what we did. We did the same advertising. We did the same video. In fact, I used the same script to make certain that everything was comparable. The other thing that we did, and I was accused last time of being brutal with the process, was we used the same process in which I had added things in to what had been done before. So to remind you, the first thing that we put in extra was a media exercise. In these days of 24 hours of news, in these days of disinformation and media focus, I need a chief constable who is able to deal with that aspect. And so last time I put it in, this time we kept it in. We then had a partner panel with external stakeholders because partnership is incredibly important. We also had a panel of internal stakeholders, and you'll see who's there. And then we had a 30-minute presentation on the police and crime plan, which also included ideas for the future, how to change it, how to morph its delivery, followed by a 60-minute structured interview. In addition, and again, this doesn't happen everywhere, I wanted the whole process to be absolutely transparent. So I had two observers, one being Simon Bullock, who was the monitoring officer, my chief executive, but also I invited the chairman of the police and crime panel to sit through every minute with us. And thank you for your focus in doing that. We also made certain that we had somebody on the appointment panel who would act as an independent member and give a separate report on the fairness of the process and decision making. So you will see that Aidan Gunn, the chief executive of BCP Council, fulfilled that role for us on the day. Also, national guidance says that we should have a senior policing advisor. We had the ex-deputy chief constable of Dorset Police, David Lewis, who kindly served that function for us on the panel. We also did and I'm not a great lover of personal tests, but we did do the ColourWorks Insight personal profile as well. Such tests should never be used as an appointment tool solely, but they can add interesting dimensions to interrogate. So we did that as well. The other place to talk about the vetting and references process, because I think that is really important. We have had a number of chief constables across the country who have been on the naughty step, if I can put it that way, and too many of them, roughly about 10%, I think, if I remember the numbers. So it's really important that we are satisfied that we have a good person here as well. So the preferred candidate was successfully vetted to the level required by chief constables. So I'm comfortable with that. That also includes intrusive questioning and background checks to make certain they're not vulnerable to bribery or financial coercion. We also searched the professional standards department to make certain that there was nothing which had come up internally over years, if you see what I mean. And we also took up references. The references were supplied by the chief constable and the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board, a senior leader there. So I'm comfortable that we've done due diligence around the references and those processes. There is a short preferred candidate biography in the report. I've obviously seen a much bigger list of Deputy Chief Constable Farrell's accomplishments and her career, and I'm satisfied that that serves our purposes. But I'm also going to give her an opportunity to speak to the panel as well and set out her stall. And I'd very much like to do that now. So to the panel, I commend my preferred candidate, Deputy Chief Rachel Farrell. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to start, if I may, just by setting out a little bit about myself. I'm really pleased to meet you all for the first time, recognising that many of you won't know me. So I've served as a police officer for almost 31 years now, and I've spent my career serving the communities of Hampshire and Dorset. During that time, I have had the privilege of working and leading in response policing, in investigations, in major investigations, including major crime, serious organised crime, rape and serious sexual offences, child abuse. I've worked in intelligence, contact management, and organisational change. I've led firearms, public order, incident command, and major command. For the last 3 years, I've had the absolute honour and privilege of serving as the Deputy Chief Constable of Dorset Police. So throughout my career, one thing has remained absolutely constant. I have never lost sight of why policing exists. We are here to keep people safe, to protect those who are most vulnerable, to bring offenders to justice, and to earn the trust and confidence of the communities we serve. I care really deeply about public service. I believe policing works best when it is visible, connected, compassionate, professional, transparent, and rooted in community. I also believe leadership is about being open and honest, making difficult decisions when they are needed, listening to people, learning from mistakes, and continually striving to improve for the public. I'm incredibly proud of Dorset Police. This is a good force. We are a high-performing force with talented and dedicated officers, staff, volunteers, and leaders. And they do really achieve outstanding results, given our size and given our funding. As I like to describe, we really are small and mighty. Often our officers, staff, and volunteers work in incredibly difficult circumstances. My role as chief is absolutely going to be to support and empower them to do an even better job for the communities they happily serve. If I'm confirmed today, my ambition is to build on our strengths. I want us to become even more consistent in the service we provide, embrace even more innovation and technology to free up frontline policing. I want to invest more in our people and continuing to strengthen the trust the communities have placed upon us. My role as Chief Constable would be to set clear direction, create conditions for others to succeed, and ensure that Dorset Police never stands still in pursuit of keeping our communities safer and earning trust and confidence. I will lead with humility, openness, and ambition. My aspiration for Dorset is to remain one of the safest counties in the country, that we are visible and connected with our communities and our partners, and that my officers, staff, and volunteers remain safe and thrive in the spirit of service.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I will now move to questions to the Police and Crime Commissioner and the preferred candidate from the panel members. We have had a number of questions submitted in advance. The first panel member I would like to pass to is Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. So this is to the Commissioner. So on what basis was it considered appropriate to set the minimum number of applicants for this role to 1 and to exclude elected councillors from any of the panels used in the selection process?
Thank you. Well, I determined that the minimum number of eligible candidates required for the process to be valid because I was very familiar with the issues associated with the national shortage of Chief Constable candidates. Last time when I went into this, I didn't know what I was going to get, and I set the criteria at 1, I got 6. This time I set the criteria at 1 and I got 1. I've outlined very clearly those issues earlier. It was an entirely pragmatic and necessary decision based on all the evidence which was coming out from other places, as is highlighted in the report. But also I was very aware in this instance that we were changing chief constables directly before the summer. And to have a vacuum across the summer was not something also that I would have wanted. So I took that decision on a pragmatic basis. I believe you also want to know the answer about the elected councillors. My vision was to do the same as last time and have the leaders of at least one of the local authorities. They were unable to be available, so we had to run with what we had. I did have a Democratic member on there, another elected person, but it was the Kent Police and Crime Commissioner who fulfilled another role which I wanted, which was another Police and Crime Commissioner's head in there as well, just to get a different perspective. So those are the reasons why I did what I did.
Councillor Canavan, do you have a follow-up to that answer?
Not really, because it would be impolite.
Thank you, Councillor Canavan. I would move to the next panel member, Councillor Adams, to pose your question.
Brilliant. Oh, can you hear me? Thank you, Chair. So obviously it's really helpful to have the explanation of the recruitment difficulties, but what actions were taken when it was apparent there was only one applicant to try and broaden the pool? Was there anything else you did to sort of overcome the apparent reluctance? I know you've had a detailed process, but was there specific measures you took when it was apparent there was just one to try and get more people in?
Thank you. Well, having changed the process last time in order to take that eventuality into account, which was the inclusion of the film and the actually talking to anybody who applied and explaining what we were looking for in Dorset, we did exactly the same thing. So I'd already taken into account the issue that we might have. Having then had one candidate, for the reasons I explained earlier, I wasn't going to delay the process in the eventuality that I would only have had again in 3 months' time one candidate. So to outline what was actually included, the filming of a short recruitment video that was shared to all eligible chief officers across the country. We got the College of Policing to help us to do that. So literally every chief officer in the country would have had that drop into their inbox. We produced a glossy candidate information pack, which was publicly posted on my website and shared both through the APCC and the College of Policing websites. It was also picked up by other police publications. So Police Insight, those sorts of things would have publicised that we had this vacancy. Making locally eligible candidates directly aware through word of mouth. So we mentioned the vacancy at regional meetings and boards attended by eligible chief officers. So for example, in the Southwest, everybody knew that this vacancy was there and on the table. Speaking with other chiefs and PCCs, when I went to the PCC meetings, I said I was recruiting for a chief constable. I did everything I could at every stage to try and get the largest possible pool. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the response. Councillor Gibson, I notice you indicate, is that a new question or a direct follow-on?
On the same topic.
I'll allow that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Simon Gibson representing Verwood. I see in the report itself, it talks about how ultimately at the end of the assessment period, there was unanimity from all who were on the panel that the preferred candidate should be appointed. My instinct is always to be uncomfortable when there's only one candidate, but I'm significantly less uncomfortable if that one candidate is ultimately good enough, which for me is the main point. So I just wanted to pull that out because ultimately, if we end up with a good candidate, I don't see a need personally to delay it beyond anything reasonable for the sake of making us feel a bit more comfortable. That said, there's 2 points that Councillor Canavan raised that I'd just like to follow up on as well. And I suppose in raising them, the question I'd ask is if you were going out for a chief constable in the future, given the position that you find yourself in with only one applicant on this occasion, what would you potentially do next time to change it? And in essence, what feedback will you look for people that perhaps didn't apply? What benchmarking against other forces would you do? You know, for example, you mentioned salary and pay, and it's where other larger forces might actually be able to offer a different package. Is that a barrier that we perhaps need to look at, or you need to look at for a future, not for this one, but in looking at the future for next time? The point about elected representatives is one I want to come back to, because I suspect I share Patrick's view on the importance of having a range of elected representatives on this. I would have assumed before I looked at the process that there would have been more representation from this panel, which I know you value in the process. When I originally went through it, I was irritated not to see a councillor on the official panel, slightly comforted by the fact that our chair was an observer. But I suppose the direct question at the end of a long statement is if you were doing it again, would you not consider having the chair of this panel as part of the formal process?
Yeah, I mean, let me take that one first. You know, I was just checking there, because this panel's role is to scrutinise me and the process. I can't have anybody from this panel as an integral part of the process, which is why I had the chair as an observer. But I absolutely fundamentally agree with your point about elected representation on the panel. I had that last time. I went out in exactly the same way to get the same thing this time, and I was unable to achieve that. We did struggle to achieve some of the other elements in the panel that we would have wanted. We struggled, for example, to get female representation on the panel, but we were able to crack that in the end. So I'm absolutely in accordance with that. And next time I would go out and again ask for elected representatives. I will talk to my team about whether we could do the recruitment for the panel any earlier before we start the process in order to do that. That's one of the things which we'll be looking at. Regarding the overall process, you're right. It would have been easy and wrong to have stripped back what I had done last time. You don't have to do a media exercise. You don't have to present on the police and crime plan. None of that is dictated by the College of Policing. But if I'd done that, because I only had one candidate, I would have been doing not only this panel a disservice, I'd have been doing the people at Dorset a disservice, but also my preferred candidate. My preferred candidate had to go through the loops on that day. And they also had to perform to the appropriate level, which is why I wanted the panel to give me that recommendation at the end. If the panel had given me a different recommendation, then we would have to have had a long discussion and figured out a different way forward. But it was unanimous and the scoring was good. And Deputy Chief Farrell performed well on the day and well above where we need for a Chief Constable. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Gibson. It's a really good one. I particularly appreciate your suggestion that the chair should sit on the selection process. I have had a brief discussion with the monitoring officer who has an opinion to offer.
Thank you, Chairman. So I've approached this by thinking, what would I have done if the chair had come to me and had said, I've been invited by the Police and Crime Commissioner to sit on the appointment panel as a voting member and to take part in that process. And I would have advised the chairman firmly against doing that, because by taking part in the process and being part of the active selection of the recommended candidate to be Chief Constable, he would then be, in effect, making a recommendation to himself here as a member of this panel. And I don't think you could properly make a recommendation to yourself and then credibly endorse your own decision. So that would have been my advice. But I think we've struck that happy ground of having had the chairman observing the process and able to report back to the rest of the panel that it was an appropriate process. And of course, we've had the chief executive of BCP as well observing. So I think we've struck that happy ground.
I would just like to add, I also note the comment from Councillor Canavan and Councillor Gibson around doing our utmost to ensure there are elected representatives present on the panel to underpin the democratic process. So, Councillor Canavan, if you have a brief follow-up.
Well, I just wanted to take issue with the use of the phrase happy ground, because for me it's not. It's a point of view. It's not my point of view.
Noted. So I have a comment and a question to add at this juncture, whilst we are still examining the process. So my observation of the process on the day was it was a very intensive recruitment process. I found it rigorous, exhaustive in its examination of the candidate. I found the process to be honest, unbiased and transparent. I've found it to take into account a wide range of internal and external stakeholders. My only counter observation was I would have liked to have seen more than one candidate evaluated within the process. Now, as we have looked into the process around selection, and as we also discussed in our pre-meet, there appear to be systemic issues around the selection of chief constables, and it's a nationwide issue. And this was highlighted within the paper with the problems that Humberside and other constabularies have had attracting a sufficient amount of candidates to come forward. I think it is a systemic issue that needs attention, but is probably beyond the scope for us to correct something that is happening at a national scale, but we should note it for certain. The other question I had around the selection process is something that's that I've been advised this morning. I asked our support officer to do a brief comparison between the 2023 selection process and the selection process that has just gone. In 2023, there was an active headhunting campaign to widen the field of candidates, and that was set out in 3.5 of the previous 2023 selection report. I can read it. It says that In addition, the PCC and Chief Executive engaged with the Hampshire OPCC on their recent process to recruit CC Chiltern and explored the research they had undertaken on the availability of Chief Officer candidates. This headhunting type process was repeated for the Dorset vacancy and resulted in the identification of several individuals as potential recruitment targets who were duly contacted by the PCC and CC Chiltern. I can't see that a similar headhunting process was carried out this time round. And I would just like to ask why that's the case. Thank you.
When we did that last time round, we piggybacked on the Hampshire process. It didn't cost us a penny. And I was able to get that, if this panel remembers, those who were there, I was able to get that done because they had effectively poached the Chief Constable of Dorset. I went back and looked at the headhunting results, and of the people who then went forward, I'm thinking of the people who then went forward to our interviews, they all have substantive positions. They would not come. I asked everybody I could if they had somebody who would look at us. And then I went and did everything I could, as I did last time, to get at those people. Well, I've just enumerated what I did. I did talk to more than Chief Farrell, but I'm not going to reveal who I spoke to for obvious reasons. And they decided not to put themselves forward. So whilst it wasn't the same headhunting campaign, because I couldn't afford to do it, to get the information in the first place, having got the information, because that was literally a map of everybody in the UK, I did what I could with what the information that I had.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councillor Wood, sorry, be my guest.
Sorry, there's two others.
Thank you. It's working now. Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. What are the actual qualifications to be a chief constable? And within Dorset Police, do you kind of train people up with the aspiration to become chief constables so that you get a larger pool from internally, like by training people up?
All right, in that case, I will go back to the paper regarding the official competencies, which are all enumerated there. So we have a competency framework, just getting to it, which is the College of Policing's competency and values framework, with clear expectations. So it's analysed against those individual things, and we probe different areas of that skill and competency. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Simon, because you lived and breathed this for us.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Simon Bullock, the Chief Exec for the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner. So in terms of succession planning, which I think is where the question comes to, so the challenge is that these processes are set nationally. So there's something called the Executive Leadership Programme, which is a programme that all aspiring chief officers must pass. It's a national board. It's a 16-week programme. You go away, you undergo training, and you are then qualified to be able to apply for chief officer vacancies. So that's the first step. You have to go through that process, and individual forces will put forward people who they believe are suitable candidates to be a future chief officer. So that's the process in terms of the candidate pipeline you talk about. It then comes to the point of thinking about whether growth comes from individual forces and whether growth comes from the individual forces themselves, or whether people transfer roles. There is something to be said about having candidates that move forces. So there's a requirement that actually sits within the guidance, not necessarily a requirement. There's a guidance that sits in the there's a statement that sits in the guidance, I should say, around the beneficial to have chief officers from different forces because they have exposure to different circumstances, different ways of working. So that's one thing to bear in mind. The other thing is that it's coming back to the overall size of the candidate pool, really. It might be, I mean, I think my reflection, it's not quite the question, but if you'll indulge me, I think my reflection on the process is that I'm sure members will be familiar with situations within their own local authorities whereby there's been senior executive recruitments that have been postponed or been cancelled due to a lack of candidates. The opportunity that you have within local government in other sectors is that you can recruit from broader sectors. You don't necessarily need to have been a deputy chief executive of a local authority to become a chief executive of a local authority, for example. But with regards to a chief constable, you pretty much do need to be at least an assistant chief constable, or ideally a deputy chief constable, which narrows that candidate pool down really considerably. So, you know, if you think about the initial candidate pool of deputy chief constables across the country, you're looking at 50 people. You then take out, as the Commissioner has alluded to, those individuals who are already going to be on a higher salary. You've probably taken out 20 people there. Then you think about people who have got family circumstances or who are close to retirement, who are brand new in post themselves. And you can very quickly see that you're fishing from a very, very small candidate pool. So this has been an issue that has plagued policing for, as the paper says, pushing 20 years now. It is something which is looked at constantly. It is something which is being addressed constantly, but it's something that collectively we haven't managed to solve as yet. And when I say we, I'm talking about national policing. The issue is becoming more challenging. So we took the approach of saying we suspected that there was only going to be a very, very limited number of candidates stepping forward. And on that basis, rather than actually being candidate-led, you're process-led, to say, right, and the thinking that you're only going to get a very small number of people through, I suspected we might only get one. You've still got to step through that process, and that's when the process comes to the fore, which is where I think the Commissioner is talking about, to say that the process has to make sure that you've got the right person for the job. And ultimately, I think we can take confidence in saying that if for whatever reason the appointment panel suggested to the Police and Crime Commissioner that they were unable to support an appointment at the end of the process, then that would have been the decision. So I do appreciate the challenge, but it's one that I think is going to probably exist for a little while yet.
Just briefly.
So briefly, it's recognised nationally, and there's a lot of work going on, and there's going to be a report this week, I think, about police leadership, because this problem is absolutely manifesting itself everywhere now. I'd have liked two. I didn't get that. But what I have got is what I believe is the best candidate.
Thank you for the question and the response. We have got still got 4 advanced questions that have been submitted. So does your question have a direct bearing? I would just like to keep us on track if possible. Thank you, I appreciate that. The next advanced question I have is from Councillor Canavan to the candidate.
So my name is Patrick Canavan. I'm a BCP councillor and I represent the ward of Boscombe West. Given that the role of the PCC will end in 2028, what did you see as being the future scrutiny and accountability structures to hold you and Dorset Police to account?
So I think it's first of all really important for me to set out that the police hold significant powers on behalf of the public, and that it's absolutely right that we are subject to scrutiny and accountability, and that scrutiny and accountability needs to be effective, independent and transparent, and it needs to involve the public and communities. However, the precise structures and governance of that governance and accountability are rightly a matter for government and elected officials, and I don't think for me as Chief Constable. What I would reassure you, though, is that I will absolutely work constructively and transparently with whatever new framework Parliament establishes in law. In addition to that framework, whatever that may be, in addition, of course, I would just like to reassure about the broader scrutiny that myself and Dorset Police face. So we, of course, have HMIC FRS. We have the Independent Office for Police Conduct, where that's appropriate. We have other inspection bodies in terms of joint inspection with our partner agencies for things like safeguarding or youth justice, for example. And we have community scrutiny panels, and there's a new national performance framework. So I think there's quite rightly many avenues of scrutiny and accountability, and I very much welcome those.
Thank you for the question and the response. Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Canavan?
It would take too long. Thank you.
We will move on to the next advanced question, which is to the candidate, raised by Councillor Canavan.
How will you ensure that neighbourhood policing reflects the wishes and aspirations of the communities they serve?
Thank you. A really important question. In my view, good neighbourhood policing is the absolute bedrock of policing. And here in Dorset, we have a long history of really valuing and investing in neighbourhood policing within our budget envelope. So my clear vision is that neighbourhood policing absolutely remains a strength for us. Last year, we added an additional 40 officers into our neighbourhood policing team. This year, there will be another 15 by the autumn. And it's a continual investment. So in terms of making sure that our neighbourhood policing reflects the wishes and aspirations of the communities, the most important thing is listening and engaging with our communities. And we've been working really hard to strengthen this in accordance with the police and crime plan. We're very fortunate with the police and crime plan and the engagement role of the PCC, because this helps us understand what the public want and what matters to them. And the PCC and I sit down on a weekly basis and discuss how the public are feeling and their concerns. But clearly also through my neighbourhood teams and my media and communication teams, there's a really broad role for engagement. And we have really built upon our community contact points, our mobile police station. We're expanding the use of neighbourhood alert, so that's going to become more interactive two-way process. And we have a rigorous board looking at our neighbourhood engagement and indeed with a performance framework around it. So we understand that we are delivering on the commitments that we set out to do. So listening is really important so that we then understand local priorities and then we respond to those. So the local priorities around ASB, hotspot policing, safer town centres, rural crime, they're all areas where we really listen and dedicate and respond in a very proactive way with a problem-solving approach. And it's not just our neighbourhood teams that achieve that. So if you follow us on social media and through our own publications, we join our neighbourhood teams up with our integrated offender managers, our response policing, our roads policing, our force support group, our targeted intelligence assets, our safer schools team, just to name a few. We're bringing those resources together with our neighbourhood policing teams to be really proactive and problem solving in the communities, responding to the things that matter to communities. And sometimes those are things that are seen, and they are also things that are unseen. We've also been investing and will continue to invest in training and equipping our officers. So we have a new neighbourhood policing training programme so that our officers are really equipped around that problem solving and partnership working space. And then we are working very hard to close the gap to make sure we are communicating back with communities about the difference that we're making, listening again, checking we've been effective. And something I really want us to do is tell our story more, because I don't think we do enough of that, and share the good work and the achievements that we have.
Thank you for the question and the response, Councillor Canavan. Do you have a follow-up?
Well, I would certainly agree with the last point about, you know, communication. So I am an elected councillor, and I like to think that I am elected to represent the community that I was elected to serve. Nobody has ever asked me from the police what I think about the service that we're getting from the police. And I just need just to gently say to you that there is a huge gap between what you have just said and what the Police and Crime Commissioner has said previously, and the perception on the ground in the community that I serve. Because what they tell me is they never see the police, that they're not there when they want them. And I know the challenges of money and resources and all of that, because I've been to enough meetings here to understand that. But I just need to just gently say to you, there is a massive gap to fill between the official position and what we're getting, you know, representations about on the ground.
Thank you. Would I have opportunity to respond to that? Thank you.
Please.
I really appreciate your feedback, and you being candid about that. I will be the first to say that we don't get it right all of the time, but what I am really clear on is that we have set our expectations around engagement, and that be at that sort of parish council level, and with our community contact points, with our mobile police station, and the other opportunities for engagement when we go directly out to communities as well. For example, rural communities, or communities that are suffering particular harm or fear, such as we've been working very closely with the Jewish community, etc. So I'm the first to say it isn't always perfect, but what we have put in place is a really robust performance framework, so that I can see that transparently. So I know whether we are making those parish council meetings, that we are talking to our elected officials, that we are making our community contact points. So I have the mechanism to scrutinise that. The PCC, it's a regular thing that we might talk about on our Monday catch-ups on a weekly basis, and always checking and testing whether or not that is happening. And if it isn't happening, we will put that straight. And I'm very happy to take away and have a look at your experiences. And
Thank you for the response, and I do echo Councillor Canavan's focus on the need for effective neighbourhood policing. It's good to hear the level of communication that's happening between yourself and the PCC on this, and it's good that the community contact points and other outreach is being quantified. That I would hope would give us something to build on. Commissioner, would you like to add a few words?
Only just, I wanted to ask a question of Councillor Canavan, if I may.
That's not really how the panel operates. I'll allow you to make
It's a check
brief
question.
statement, but we
Okay.
can't have cross-examination of our members here. Everything goes through the chair. So if you would like to ask me a question, you're welcome to.
In that case, Chair, I hear everything that Councillor Canavan says. He says he's never been asked by a police officer what he wants for his people. I'm worried then in that case that the monthly meeting, which is meant to happen between inspectors and councillors locally, isn't occurring. And if it's not occurring, if Councillor Canavan would like to write to me, I will take that up directly, because that's a conduit to talk about the service that he's receiving. I would also suggest that the very role of PCC and the reason it exists is to serve the people. And if he has a problem around any element of police service he's not happy about, he's very happy to write to me, as I know he does. So I just wanted to make certain those conduits were available to him.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councillor Canavan, I hope that addresses your question largely. I would like to keep any remaining comment brief as we are trying to stay on schedule.
David can expect another email.
Okay.
One thing, I know
Briefly.
we've spoken before that those meetings were changed to 2 monthly, and they're pretty one way. I mean, I think, you know, I love our meeting. I think Nick is brilliant, and I have a great relationship with our MPT. But they are them telling us what they're doing, as opposed to a session where we can discuss what we might be going. So, because there's so much to say in an hour with so many councillors, there isn't the opportunity to do that, and it is bi-monthly and should be monthly. You know, I think that.
I would like to add to that I think members in different neighbourhood policing areas are having different experiences. That the delivery of these NPT inspector briefings is not always consistent. I understand also that the guidance is that members should be briefed only bi-monthly. I consider ourselves lucky in Bournemouth North to have an inspector that briefs us monthly. And this is a meeting that is dense with information, and we do have a good two-way ability to present our issues and receive updates on what action's been taken. I think that our Bournemouth North meetings make a good model, but it's not consistently what everybody's experiencing, would be my observation.
Thank you. And I think that would be a very good summary of where I am at the moment. Is the building blocks are in place. We know that we've got the 2 monthly, and you're right. That is if an inspector can do it monthly, then they will, but not everybody can do it that way. But for me, this is about consistency. You've got a different experience to what Councillor Keddy has. So, and also Councillor Canavan may have a different experience again. And it is getting that consistency, which is the piece, which is the oil tanker that I refer to when I talk about engagement. So I am more optimistic now because we have a neighbourhood engagement board within the force, which we didn't have until a year ago. I will be blunt, we have a new chairman on that who also understands engagement in a way that the starting one didn't, let's be honest. So I'm more optimistic about that. But I'm also more optimistic as we've been talking, the Chief Constable has been writing. So I will take it up going backwards, obviously, in our meetings. But I need to know those things if you have a different experience. Thank you.
So we are drifting a little into the monitoring report items, I think, rather than the focus which should be on the selection hearing. I think, though, I would extract a question to the candidate from this debate, and that would be, how would you ensure consistency across neighbourhood policing briefings for our members in the different neighbourhood policing areas?
So I think the governance arrangements that we have now got in place through the Neighbourhood Engagement Board and it is new, the performance framework enables me and my Chief Officer team to see what we are delivering. We've been really clear on expectations and what is expected. It should be a two-way interactive process and conversation, and I'm sorry if that is not happening. But through that board, we now have the ability to really scrutinise, and where it's not, to reassert those expectations and check and test that it is happening. And I would very much welcome people who where they feel that isn't happening. We're going to spot it anyway. But we absolutely want to have a conversation, and the Police and Crime Commissioner and I regularly do.
Thank you for the debate and the responses. We will move on to a further question from Councillor Canavan.
On a brighter note, what will success look like for you?
Thank you. So success is absolutely the public feeling safer and that they are safer. So we've continued to reduce crime and delivered against the police and crime plan. The public must also trust Dorset Police. So that's about the strong, visible, connected, effective policing, and the way we policing without fear or favour, and for all communities and understanding all communities' needs. So we maintain that trust and confidence. Policing doesn't exist without the trust and confidence of our communities, because we rely on them to support us, to provide intelligence and information, help us gather evidence, and to know what issues need tackling. So also, success for me is a workforce that's really proud and capable and that they feel valued. It is a tough time to be in policing, and I have, as I've said, 31 years in policing, and I have worked in uniform and detective roles at every single rank. You are, as a chief constable, you're getting a cop. I am a police officer first and foremost, and that has never changed. When I started my policing, it was so different though. I did not have mobile phones and all of those sort of things in my face and all the scrutiny and stuff. And I think this job gets talked down too much. I think there's absolutely amazing, brilliant people doing an extraordinary job in difficult circumstances. And my job is going to be championing them and making them feel valued. I'm all about standards, and my role as the deputy has absolutely been about standards, and I'm not uncompromising on that. Sometimes there are police officers that no longer need to serve with us, and we deal with that robustly when it happens. But the majority are good people policing in very difficult circumstances, because we are, the situation, there is so much sort of social fragmentation and disharmony, and we need to keep our officers confident and able to police without that fear, without fear or favour. So the fourth thing is that I want an organisation that's productive, innovative and financially sustainable. We've done some real hard work to get ourselves financially sustainable and make the savings we've had to over the last 3 years. It's been really tough, and I've led that work. And we have now got a programme of work building upon that, but looking to make ourselves more productive, innovative and efficient. And Dorset Police is honestly, and I've worked in a different force, so I've seen, coming from a medium-sized force with a much, much bigger budget, much bigger reserves, coming into Dorset, because we haven't got the money, we are creative and we are innovative and we are driven and we make things work, and that energy is palpable. We need to go further, and I need to support that in our local, in our regional or our alliance arrangements, making sure that in those enabling services around technology, that we are exploiting all of the opportunities to make it easier for our people to be freed up from the bureaucracy, have all the systems and processes that work as smoothly as possible, so that they can get on with delivering, being out there in their communities and delivering for the public. And finally, I also, success is about being trusted by partners, working really well in the whole system, so that's the greater benefit for all of Dorset communities when we're working together. And I will be working very, very hard as a Chief Constable to make sure I'm joined up in that space.
Thank you for the question and the detailed response. That's really, really good to hear, if I may say so. So we will move on to the next advanced question from Councillor Sidaway.
Says Peter.
I have you down. I'm happy to read this one out. I think it. The question I have is, what fresh ideas and direction will you bring to the position? And an internal appointment can seem like a vote for continuity. What radical changes do you intend to bring?
Thank you for the question. I relish the opportunity to answer this, and I think it's one that's worth addressing in two parts. Because first of all, I am going to say there is absolute strength in continuity. Continuity is not about complacency, but when we Dorset Police has moved itself in the last 3 years in terms of our delivery for the public, in terms of reducing crime, solving more crime, managing our budget, and really working hard to improve that service and outcomes. That is something that we want to maintain. So my role is to enhance and build on what the success we've already got. So I don't think anyone should fear continuity when things are going broadly well. And I will talk in a moment about where I need to where we need to improve, because there are still areas of improvement. So the strength and the continuity is first about our local policing area model and the neighbourhood policing model that sits behind it. Whatever happens in policing going forward, that is the absolute bedrock, as I have already said. We need to be aligned. We are working in that, aligned to partners, invested in neighbourhood policing. We're the 4th safest county in the country. We reduced crime by 7.3% last year. And that, in raw terms, that translates to 3,730 fewer victims of crime. We solved more crime. We are in the top quartile of forces nationally in terms of our solved crime rate, and that's justice for victims. And we are doing well across a broad range of crime types that matter to people. So antisocial behaviour, theft, shoplifting, burglary, robbery, domestic abuse, serious violence, knife crime. So we've got strong foundations. We've got a good plan and good governance and a mature performance framework. So it may seem like continuity, but it's a good thing to hold on to, and it's not complacency. I am really clear as well on the areas where we need to improve. And this perhaps picks up on our earlier conversation, but the 3 areas for me. Firstly, it's about ensuring the consistent high quality of service, because I think has been identified in this room, we are not always consistent. We don't answer our non-emergency calls quick enough, and we are working hard to improve that. We need to improve the quality and timeliness of our investigations and have a real focus on ensuring that the service to victims is always there in that timely way. And as we've discussed, making sure that consistency around our neighbourhood policing model and delivery is really important. So the second area I need to focus on is that delivery of sustainable and effective service. So at the moment, I am leading a series of productivity and efficiency reviews, and we are going team by team, department by department, function by function, looking at opportunities to make it easier for our officers and staff and volunteers to do an even better job harnessing technology and removing barriers to performance. That is really important work. Some of that is going to require collaboration with the Alliance and Southwest Forces, but we have some really good things in train. So, for example, Operation Talos, which is going to revolutionise the way we are our contact management platform. So it's much more interactive. So it will reduce demand into our contact centre, but enable the public to get updates on their crimes in a very easy way. And that's coming in at the end of this year. We are doing work around digital case files, which is going to make it so much easier for officers as well, putting their files together and seeing those progress through the criminal justice system. Through our productivity and efficiency review, we are looking at all opportunities. We've brought the technological experts with us, looking at where we can use AI and RPA and appropriate, RPA, robotic process automation in a really effective way to, as I say, free up and create more time for officers to be out there on the front line with our staff and volunteers delivering for the public. And the third thing where I need to focus is creating the conditions for people to succeed. Our workforce resilience is really important, reducing our sickness, making sure we've got a good occupational health service, making sure that we really are responsive to the experiences of trauma that officers and staff and volunteers experience, and keeping them well, keeping them motivated, keeping them well led, keeping them well trained, because our officers, staff and volunteers want to do a great job for the public. They need good leadership, and they need me to make sure the demand is managed so they can do what is in front of them.
Thank you. I was taking a lot of notes during that statement. For me, this is interesting because we have conducted key lines of inquiry into digital enablement, contact and officer welfare in the past year. And it's good to hear, after having a deep dive into these issues, that these are priorities. I think I can speak on behalf of the panel that is a resoundingly good thing. Does anybody have a follow-up on that particular question? Okay. I have a question that I've semi-formulated this morning. My intention is not to blindside, but it is something that was on my mind. So the most recent HMI CFRS report into Dorset Police found a number of areas where Dorset Police was ranked as adequate, and at least one area that was requiring improvement. What do you think needs to happen to deliver a consistently good service for the residents of Dorset?
Yeah, thank you. That's an important question, and I've just set out our approach around HMIC FRS. When I came into force, it was being responded to in a cycle. So when it was the time for our peel inspection, which is roughly every couple of years, the machinery would get going and we would get ourselves geared up for it. I've completely changed that. It's a mainstay of the way we deliver our business and check and test ourselves against the criteria set out in the HMIC FRS regular peel inspection. Because actually, I think if you read those inspection reports, they are the things that you talk about here. They are the things in the police and crime plan, and they are the things that matter to our communities. So the areas where we haven't been doing so well are investigation standards and responding to the public, which are two things that I have just spoken about, where we need to improve. I would say, to just put this in some context, Dorset Police's HMIC gradings were the strongest in the southwest amongst forces in the southwest. That nationally, these are areas that a lot of forces struggle with because of high volume and high demand, and the pressure that brings in the terms of the workforce to get it consistently well. So what we are doing to address that is I have 2 keyboards which report directly into the Deputy's Performance Board. But one of those is looking at investigation standards, and one of those under Op Edison is looking at the response to the public. And to support those boards, an awful lot of scrutiny goes on. So we have taken the HMIC criteria and how they will come in and look at crimes and grade them and go through them and see whether how those crimes have been done, how victims have been responded to, and we are applying the same criteria that HMIC are applying and scrutinising ourselves, so we know where we are and how we are progressing. And there's a number of things that then go on within system improvements, leadership improvements, whether it's objectives being set for officers and clarity of vision, and what is required. We've been putting additional resources into contact management, and then bringing along these technological solutions. So sometimes it's difficult to quickly fix this consistency and the quality, and some of the technological solutions take a little bit of time to work through. But to reassure you, I have the governance structures and the leaders in place that are driving on those core areas that we hope to improve. It's difficult to compare one HMIC FRS year to another because every year peel changes. So we will have another peel inspection in February 2027. but some of the questions and the criteria have changed. So it is always difficult to measure. Forces, I think the first 8 forces have gone through the HMIC FRS inspection of this latest round of Peel, and of those 8 forces, 6 have decreased in terms of their gradings. It is a tough time for policing. I'm confident I've got the mechanisms in place, and my staff, leaders, officers, really focused on making the necessary improvements. I will be honest and say we find it difficult. The summer, you will have heard here before how challenging the summer demand is. I'm sure you're watching and seeing some of the things that are going on for Dorset Police and the volumes. I mean, this year's volume of calls has outstripped anything we've seen before already this summer. It is challenging, but we've got the right leadership structures in place and the right, and most importantly, we really care about this because we know it's important and it makes a difference for the public.
I really appreciate the detailed response to that question, especially as it wasn't submitted in advance. It also gives me a number of things to make inquiries on future panels, so thank you for that. So we have, I hesitate to say predictably, overrun this hearing segment, but I think it is really vital that every panel member gets to ask and take advantage of the opportunity of having the Deputy Constable, Chief Constable present. So before we move on to the exempt session, are there any further questions of the panel to the preferred candidate? Okay. In that case, I would like to offer my grateful thanks for the Deputy Chief Constable attending today and sharing her vision and answering our questions, and the supporting statements from the PCC and the senior management team in the OPCC. At this point, we will move to item 6, which is exempt business, and within that we will do the confirmation hearing. Okay, so thank you. Would this be a good time to have comfort?
Yeah.
Okay. We will also move to have a brief 5-minute break for comfort. Okay.
I'm happy to propose as set out.
Indeed. So I would like to propose a comfort break returning in 10 minutes.
Chair, sorry, I think you need to go into exempt session.
Oh, a proposal?
Perhaps when you come back, Chair. When we come back.
When we come back, we will go into exempt and we'll take your proposal then. Thank you. Okay. We'll take my proposal now. consent business. Could I get a proposer?
Have to propose.
Thank you,
Chair.
Councillor Flagg. And
Shall I
second.
second that?
Wonderful. So we will now Welcome back, everybody. We have concluded our exempt session and will now be moving on to item 8 of today's agenda, which is the election of Chair and Vice Chair of the Dorset Police and Crime Panel. So each proposer will require, each candidate will require a proposer, a seconder, and then be followed by a show of hands. The panel member with the most votes will be elected to the chair, vice chair roles. Do we have proposals for chair? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I'm happy to propose that Councillor Keddy be elected as Chair for the municipal year of 2026-2027, and I seek a seconder. Thank you.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you both.
So, Chair, I guess are there any other proposals for?
Any other proposals for chair? I see no other proposals forthcoming.
So just a quick vote to make sure people are comfortable. Can we have a raise of hands, please?
Could we see a show of hands for the proposal? Okay, thank you. All those against and abstaining. Okay. We will. Panel members, I'm deeply grateful to be re-elected as chair. Thank you for your confidence in me. This panel is incredibly important. The work we do here is critical to ensuring the residents of Dorset get the service from the police that they deserve. I think we have done some excellent work, and I will do my best to ensure that diligence continues into the coming municipal year. Thank you. We will move on to election of vice chair. I would like to propose as vice, and do I have a seconder? Okay, I will take Councillor Woods second. Then we have a broad cross authority vote there. Do we have any other proposals for vice chair? Then can we have a show of hands? So that's 4. Any against? Abstaining? Okay. I believe that is carried.
Certainly, Chair.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, members.
Well, thank you for your vote of confidence. I'm happy to do this for another year. I'm actually happy to do it ongoing, but if anybody else would like to stand another year, feel free. I'll happily stand aside.
Okay, so I believe that concludes. Was there an indication? No. Sorry. Oh, you were waving at Simon. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so we will be moving on to item 9, the quarterly monitoring report. So this is where we receive an update of progress against the police and crime plan to enable the panel to scrutinise activity and assess the achievement of outcomes. The panel members have reviewed the report and prepared questions of the priority areas. We will begin with an introduction from the Police and Crime Commissioner. We have had good success with the overall summary and then teasing out the detail with the questioning. That's a model that's worked quite well. If we could keep it within 15 to 20 minutes, would that be achievable?
Well, mate, be talking 15 to 20 minutes.
Right, challenge accepted. Commissioner, over to you.
So first of all, thank you very much indeed. This is a monitoring report for Q4. And the first priority is to cut crime and antisocial behaviour. So first of all, again, total crime has fallen. Total police recorded ASB incidents has fallen. I will move to some of the commentary. There's a couple of bits I wanted to pick out. The first was we launched round 6 of the Operation Relentless Community Fund. This invited applications from charities and community groups for funding to deliver local initiatives to reduce ASB in the area. I'm very pleased about this. This is the 6th time we've done it. I know there's a specific question you want to ask about that, so I'll save the rest of my commentary on that point. I just want to highlight that this is the 6th time. We also saw the closure of the Hotspot Action Fund. The total hours patrolled in hotspots was 9,030, exceeding the Home Office target. And this is the glory and wonder of Dorset Police, is that they are accountable. You can see what they're doing, and I hold them to account to deliver. I'll move over to the other side, burglary and acquisitive crime. I know that overall, since I've been Police and Crime Commissioner, burglary is well down. But this is a specific area where national data was released about vehicle crime, which has decreased by 23%, and theft offences fell by 8.3%. But there is some detail there which it will be worthy of the panel considering, and I will talk about that because I think, again, there's a question there. The other point I'll make is road safety. You remember in Q3 we had a bad quarter. It was red. That's now coming back. One of the things which I expect from Dorset Police is regular enforcement campaigns. And there was one in association with the DVLA in January and February. This resulted in 64 motorists being dealt with for insecure loads, dangerous vehicles, insurance and MOT offences. I also commented on the government's new road safety strategy, and I've made particular comments on the issue of drug driving, which no doubt we'll talk one day about when we have a deep dive about drugs. I also issued a blog about protecting Dorset's businesses. One of the things which is a good thing is the Dorset Safer Business Partnership, which meets on a quarterly basis. Because of that, we now have improved the reporting for businesses. We've been able to improve the actual catching of the shoplifters. We now have operations such as Op Shopkeeper and Op Spotter. An Op Shopkeeper I draw your attention to because that's achieved a 70% positive outcome rate, and it is now on the national website from the College of Policing as good practice. So thank you very much indeed for that. I will flick through to priority 2. Priority 2 is about making the policing more visible, connected and engaged. A review of the mobile police stations took place. It concluded that the initial rollout has been successful, but it identified further areas for consideration. One area I'm particularly interested in is how the community contact points and the mobile police stations are synergistic and not antagonistic together. So what I've asked for is a further review to take place after the busy summer period has passed, because the summer is when the strain is on the force. You know that from the seasonality paper which we delivered recently to the panel. I want to see if this survives contact with the summer. We also had a positive update provided in terms of the non-emergency contact performance. Now, let's be clear, there is still a way to go. But I'm now comfortable that the force understands the granularity of the problems with 101. They also now have a detailed plan around technological and process improvements going forward. That includes actually extra staffing for the summer period. So we will see where we get to. Again, I will be looking with great interest about performance across the summer. If we now move across to priority 3, fight violence and high harm. So there's a number of things here. One is the implementation of the new high-risk domestic abuse victim service. So we've engaged now with partner agencies to ensure a smooth transition. This service will be delivered from the 1st of July. I will look forward to bringing back reports on how it's working in the future. If you remember, we needed to do this. We were an outlier in the country because we had the only high-risk DA victim service actually delivered by the police force and not by somebody who was specifically trained in a charity who could do it. So that's why we changed it. I want to talk a little bit about the addiction and substance misuse area. What we launched here through the Combating Drugs Partnership in association with the local authority was a ketamine awareness campaign for the under 18s. If you remember, we'd already launched Forget the Ket for the 18 to 24s. Now we want to get to the younger people who may be considering taking this stuff for the first time. I also issued a statement on ketamine classification. It is completely and utterly unacceptable that when we had an issue in nitrous oxide, we were able to move forward with a decision on the change in classification in 21 days. We now have an analogous situation. We've been waiting 150 days. So I am pushing the government as hard as I can to make the decision for ketamine to change its classification. Whilst this delay occurs, young people's urinary tracts and bladders are being compromised. And in the worst case, there has been 244 deaths from ketamine since 2013. This stuff is not an innocuous substance. I also wanted to make a point at this time. We had the 4th iteration of Operation Scorpion. This is where the 5 PCCs in the Southwest came together, brought the forces together, and so we disrupt drug supply networks and criminal activity. In this phase, 92 people were arrested, more than, nearly £500,000 worth of cash taken off the streets, illegal drugs taken, more cash stolen. In Dorset, we were particularly good. The Deputy Chief Constable said, small but mighty. Well, that's what we were. Of the 92 arrests, we got 47 arrests of them. Alongside this, we safeguarded 17 people. 18 warrants were executed with support from the Southwest Regional Organised Crime Unit, and we seized at least £13,000 worth of cocaine, as well as quantities of heroin and cannabis. Weapons as well were taken off the streets. I think my final point is about domestic abuse and how it operates with young people. We closed the report on the Operation Encompass review, which recommended local authorities monitor, publish and produce and publish guidance, and Dorset Police implement system updates to make certain that we improve its efficiency. This is where the school will flag on the or we will flag to the school where a kid has been a witness of domestic abuse. It's been running for some years and it's gradually gone younger and younger. And then the last one was violence against women and girls. I basically signed off on some domestic abuse grab bags for the force to use with victims fleeing domestic abuse situations. Sometimes they have to walk out the front door with nothing. And this basically helps them through that very initial period. Number four is to fight rural crime. Operation Ragwort is now happening. That is where the 5 forces come together to try and stop movement of either waste or stolen goods on our roads. Dorset is now the lead force for that, and it is becoming business as usual. When we look at waste time and waste crime and fly tipping, I confirmed that the enforcement officer will carry on. He's issued 80 fixed penalty notices in 2025, almost double the number issued in the previous year. So we now have this individual who is able to investigate fly tipping. I will not talk about the livestock worrying segment because I know you have a question on that, which I'll answer in detail. When we come to priority 5, and I know I'm probably not going to hit my target, there are a couple of things here. One is we've developed a proposal for 101st for out-of-court resolutions for individuals aged 18 to 25. You may recall that the government only funded VRU units in 22 areas. What I did was, in effect, I created my own in Dorset, and this is one of the solutions that they brought forward. And I look forward to seeing how that develops. And the other thing I'll say here is one of the issues is that drug prevention is not funded centrally by government. Everything which is happening in schools now is funded locally. That program has been developed in order to talk about drug education in junior schools. And I'm very clear that we have to go earlier when we have young people as young as 6 and 8 getting into illegal substances and indeed county lines. We need to do more. The last point I'll make, which is really about one of the vehicles in order to get young people into trouble. I wrote a blog highlighting the importance of tackling online safety. I've joined the joint call to government to ban social media. I've been very vocal and helped Smartphone Free with their campaign with schools. And the latest information I have from last week when I was with them again is that 12 local schools have decided to ban smartphones in Dorset. So I'm very pleased about that. The last priority, I issued a response to the police reform white paper. The craziness of this goes on. I could wax lyrical about the contact I've had around this in the last quarter. I'm not going to, because that would take a significant amount of time. I will answer questions if you want me to. What we also did was we went for funding around VORG. We attended a Home Office session looking at VORG funding opportunities. We hope that that's going to come forward and we're going to see some results from that. We also were instrumental in the force refreshing the organisational learning board. You heard from the Deputy Chief earlier about her focus on HMIC FRS and how things are changing. This is one of those elements in order to make certain that the learning moves forward. I will leave that now. The absence rates I know we're going to discuss, so I won't talk about that. The only piece I will mention is that the fight goes on to get fairer funding for Dorset. I have written to the Home Secretary again to remind her that she hasn't answered to the people of Dorset via me and their local MPs. I have also instructed a legal firm to look at the options of seeing whether we can do anything legally with this government. I will not rest until I've looked at every possible opportunity to get fairer funding for the people of Dorset. And that is it, which I suspect was 15 minutes, but hey, I split the difference.
Thank you for your presentation. I think that hits a lot of points of interest for us. So we have a lot of questions that were submitted in advance. So I think we will start to proceed through those straight away. So looking at priority 1, cut crime and end social behaviour, we have questions from Councillor Wood.
Yes, thank you. What's the anticipated effect of Hotspot Action Fund closure, and what are the future plans to sustain the positive effect that's had? And are there any concerns around that?
Well, I did have going concerns around that because obviously funding would help. So what we've had to do is what Dorset is good at, and Dorset Police have had to become very good at, is focus on what was the core things which came out of that, which would allow us to make a difference going forward. We had 2 years of that funding between April 2024 and April 2026, amounting to £2 million in total. It's now ceased, so now it has to be business as usual. Year 1 covered 36 hotspots, and year 2 was reduced to 18 locations. These were dictated by the Home Office, and you had to fit their criteria and hit those marks in order to get the funding. With the removal, we've got greater flexibility. There's strong evidence on the ground of a suppression effect on crime if we keep doing it. This is not rocket science. It's making certain that we have the exact focus on the hotspot policing areas that we need to do for the people, what the people are telling us. A focus on consistent patrols in a smaller volume and micro locations during relevant times is likely to deliver better outcomes. One of the things that we did as part of the funding, Dorset Police looked at what they were doing and revised their methodology to make certain that the intelligence was correct for the hotspots. So the Force Intelligence Bureau has developed a revised methodology identifying the key areas and engaging neighbourhood policing inspectors to overlay local knowledge. So instead of being what the Home Office thinks it should be, this is now what the people of Dorset think it should be, which is the benefit of a local focus on everything. Neighbourhood policing teams, they're in the best position to lead on this. They will understand what the people are telling them, which is why I was really pleased we had that conversation earlier, that this thing should be a two-way process. So what they've done, the methodology is as follows: high harm areas, hotspots identified via the serious organised crime local problem profiles, and detailed analysis of force data. That then allows us to focus activity on persistently high areas of violent crime. A sustained high visibility presence with a problem orientated policing approach with partnership activities is what's going to tackle it. Some of the issues will be needing partnership from the local authority. A classic example I'll give is you have a problem residence. It could be a council residence, it might be a private residence, but you take measures to try and close it. And for that, you need partnership help. To give you an idea, Bournemouth South, one micro hotspot accounts for 7% of all crime, 10 account for 33%. So you can see that focusing on the hotspots, we're narrowing it down to the areas which need the focus. It's a similar situation in Bournemouth East and in Bournemouth North. In Bournemouth North, for example, we know that 12% of crime and incidents comes from just 0.2% of the area. So there is a real core focus on it. But we also, Dorset Police are also taking inputs from the community. That comes via me when people raise issues, or particularly when local councillors raise issues with me. So, for example, although this was well known before, Poole Bus Station is a classic example for that. Seasonality, driving the issues on Bournemouth Beach, that has to be dealt with. So we have this community focus as well. And then we have contingency locations. Those areas which emerge periodically, often linked to national events sometimes, such as Op Solar, which is the response to incidents targeting Jewish communities. These locations can be mapped and they lie in abeyance, and they'll be mobilised for as and if we need to do that. Though I can speak personally, I've spent time with the police, with the Jewish communities, to make certain that we understand their needs and that we understand exactly their issues. So that's an example of where that's working. So in short, would I like more funding? Yes, it would allow me to say to the force, you can put more people on the ground. It would mean that the strain in the summer wasn't as acute. But by taking this micro location approach, by having this analysis now in place, we are now dealing with it. The increased flexibility allows them to sustain the positive effects. That's the plan. That's what I will be looking at going forward. I hope that's a full enough answer for you.
Thank you for the question and for the response. Councillor Wood, I believe you have a follow-up question.
Yes, a different question. The national data for vehicle crime and theft offences obviously decreased. That was great. But how does Dorset actually track against that? Are we kind of in line with that?
So that's a really good question, and one which we are looking at on a monthly basis. The reason for that is in 2025-26, we've got two things going on here. We've got theft of vehicles and we've got theft from vehicles. Theft of vehicles, we've seen an 18% reduction. That's a reduction of 198 crimes, puts us 13th nationally. So not a bad performance. In 25-26, the force achieved a positive outcome rate of 6.9%. That's an increase in positive outcomes compared to the year before. That puts us 10th best nationally. So there's no complacency around that. We'd like it to improve further. But you will be aware that stealing a vehicle or stealing from a vehicle is one of the most difficult crimes to actually prosecute, to get the evidence for it. And that's where the problem comes in the next phase, which is the theft from vehicles. We've seen a 22% reduction in theft from motor vehicle crime compared with 2024-25. Our positive outcome rate is 1.8%. So we're 32nd and 35th. Now, I'm the first person to say I am not happy with that performance, nor is the Deputy Chief Constable. So I have raised this with the Chief Constable. One of the things which we know they're looking at is the issue of prolific offenders, because in the same way that you have prolific shoplifters, you have prolific people who target cars for theft. We are looking with trepidation at the sentencing review and what happens with that, because obviously this will be a high volume, low grade crime, which is unlikely to achieve custodial sentences. And so we're looking at making certain that we've got our bit as tight as possible around this in order to go forward. The other point I'll make, though, is this is also about prevention. Now, there is if I talk about car crime first, there is a cold war going on with the criminals about this, because this is, in many cases, serious organised crime, particularly at the high luxury end. And I know, because I've had presentations on it, the police are working with the car retail trade in order to try and address this. As fast as there is a solution to a piece of technology the crooks have, is they'll get another bit of technology, and we've got to move on and do the same bit again. Having said that, our numbers, as you heard, are for car crime itself, theft of vehicles are in the upper quartile. But we need to keep our eyes on that. For the theft from vehicles, one of the biggest issues we have is, in the old days it was cassettes or sat navs, but those are now integrated to the vehicle. So this is now actually what we're leaving on the back seats. It is people's bags, it's small items. It's always remembering to lock your car, that's point one. It's putting things out of sight if you can, that's point two. And we have, as part of our Good Safe Summer, Dorset Police are doing campaigns. So public campaigns about the theft from vans and public campaigns about the theft from cars. So in summary, we're doing what we can from the point of view of enforcement. We're also doing what we can from the point of view of prevention. But thank you for the question, it's a good question.
Thank you for the question and response. Councillor Wood, I believe you have one more question on this item.
Yes, thank you. So this is actually based or comes from a conversation I had with a resident. How does the prevention of escalating neighborhood disputes feature within your police and crime plan? And what strategic measures are you driving to address risks such as intimidation and criminal damage?
So that's a good question. I mean, it's an operational question largely. So what I like to do is I like to come back and answer it in full, if I may. The first point I'll say is about reporting. Dorset Police, and one of the things I'm pushing them on is how they deal with harassment. It is difficult, most difficult in neighbourhood disputes, but it is about the reporting and making certain that the incidents which happen, they know about. Now, that reporting is, I'll be the first to admit, you have to use a single online home reporting system, but without it, Dorset Police can't do anything. So I will come back and give you an idea about what they're doing about harassment specifically. But in order to do that, I need a bit more time because I only got this question yesterday. In fact, the way this question's phrased, I only got it today, like then. So I'd like to do that. But I think my underlying message is report everything. That's the first point of contact so the police know what's going on.
Indeed.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think that from my conversation that I had, part of the problem was the person was actually almost too intimidated to report the issue. They were concerned that reporting it to the police would cause an escalation because, so.
Yeah, so there is an obvious way to do that, and that is Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers is totally anonymous. So as part of our wash up for this meeting, I will make certain that all of you have a new leaflet. All right, you remember I do contact leaflets periodically. I've just done another one 5 years on to give an update on the police and crime plan, but on the back is all the information about contact, including Crime Stoppers and the numbers. So I'll make certain you have that electronically that you can send out to your residents. And if you want a physical copy, I'll get it sent to Mark if that's what you want.
Thank you both. Moving on to a question from Councillor Canavan.
Can the Commissioner provide an overview of what level of funding is attributed to the Community Initiative Operation Relentless? How much money has been spent and on what?
I'd be delighted to do so. This was the issue which was most prevalent for the people of Dorset, was antisocial behaviour. And so the first thing was the force had to have a priority around it. That was done, but there was more that could be done, which was why I put in place the Operation Relentless Community Fund. It was launched in 2021, and it was to support practical community-led initiatives that prevent and reduce ASB on a local basis. So it's for communities basically to be empowered to change their area, to address the problem they saw. The fund provides small grants of up to £5,000, and it's local organisations who deliver the projects, which can improve community safety, it can support vulnerable people, and it can also address the causes and impacts of antisocial behaviour. Since its inception, the fund has awarded approximately £255,000 across 6 funding rounds, supporting 64 projects across Dorset. And it is genuinely across Dorset. If I was to show you a map, there would be 64 specs across the whole county. Funded initiatives have included the following: youth programs to divert young people away from antisocial behaviour and worse crimes, mentoring programs, sports and wellbeing projects with a focus on those young people who are most likely to get into trouble, community outreach schemes, environmental improvements. As an example, there was a disused toilet on the East Cliff in Bournemouth, which had alcoves, which were being used by drug dealers. We blocked the alcoves up, and the community around there said it was much better since they'd had that area removed from them. And the last one I'll talk about is CCTV installations where appropriate, where there is a real need. And I've been able to help out with CCTV. Classic example was the Top Club Youth Club. It's sad Councillor O'Leary isn't here because that's his patch, but that reduced ASB by 80%. So in total, the scheme's been wide reaching. It's awarded grants in 50 areas across the county, in urban, rural and coastal communities. So March this year, I launched round 6. The awards process is now complete. I can report that it's just shy of £45,000. It's been awarded to 11 applicants. In this round, funding has been awarded to projects in Verwood, Bridport, Dorchester, Poole, Wareham and Bournemouth. And the funded projects include structured community-led programs designed to reduce antisocial behaviour and improve perceptions of safety in identified hotspot areas. Evening sessions providing positive activities for young people at times when they're at the most vulnerable to become involved in ASB. A structured mentoring program for boys aged 13 to 17 in Bournemouth, supporting those living in areas disproportionately affected by antisocial behaviour, and community engagement and diversionary initiatives that provide opportunities to develop skills, confident and positive social connections. My team continues to engage with and monitor the grants to ensure that they are delivering the desired outcomes. And the last point I'll make is actually about that. We have a significant greater number who apply than we actually are able to fulfill. And one of the reasons for not fulfilling is because it doesn't reach the criteria for the project. One criteria I will talk about is we, the OPCC, cannot replace in areas which are meant to be looked after by local councils. So, for example, we had a bid asking about changing the car park in sandbanks to make it harder for young people in their cars racing around. That's not within my gift to do that. The other thing that stops it happening is it's got to be a rigorous plan. It's got to have a good chance of having success on cutting antisocial behaviour. So it's got to have outcomes in the grant process and saying what those are and how they'll be delivered. So with those criteria, I'm really proud of the fact that this is phase 6, over £250,000 and over 64 places have had their ASB looked at, and the local communities tried to improve it, and I've been able to fund that. Thank you.
Do you have a response, Councillor Canavan?
I was pleased that the Commission mentioned the fact that you've got more applications than you have money available, because that was one of my follow-up questions. So that's interesting. And the issue about the criteria, I think, is also interesting, because that's the experience that I'm aware of where people have applied and haven't been successful, presumably because they haven't met the criteria.
There is another thing as well, which possibly I should mention. I'm not certain whether it applies to your area, Councillor Canavan, but I thought I'd mention it in case it does. If we have already given a grant to a community group in an area for a thing, we won't give them another grant the same year for the same thing, because in effect then it's business as usual. And also, you will understand, we can't give always to the same areas because we have so many other areas across the whole of Dorset which have to be looked at. There's a number of moving parts that we look at in order to make certain we get the criteria fair and likely to get a result. So I hope that helps. If it's a specific issue, again, please write to me and I'll look at it.
So are those assessments made within the team, within the OPCC team?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to a question from myself. Just catching up with my agenda there. So, with regard to e-scooters and bikes, we as members in urban areas in particular constantly hear from our residents about the antisocial nature of e-bikes and scooters. From previous questioning at the panel, I understand that the force were considering trialling a scheme that was run in Manchester using a forensic spray to tag offenders on e-bikes. I also understand there have been days of action in Kingston deploying drones. Are these programs ready to be rolled out across the county? Councillor Adams?
I was only hoping I could add to your question slightly and get a response at the same time. Obviously, you mentioned
Be my
what the brain was going, and obviously, thank you for your work, particularly in West Howe, on the matter. But on the treatment of e-scooters and scrambler bikes as a police priority, you mentioned in the thing about vehicle theft, about the organised crime element of it. Do they get treated in the same way with the organised crime element of illegal scrambler bikes being used for county lines drugs? And if so, does that change the policing assessment made on whether to stop them or not? Because I know there's two types of antisocial bike use, which is youngsters piling around on scrambler bikes and balaclavaed up young men carrying out their business activities on them. So I just wanted to add that bit on, because you mentioned the vehicle theft element that I'm also familiar of. So I just wanted to see.
I'm good with that addendum.
So firstly, with regard to the initiative, yes, it was trialled successfully. It was launched in July 2025. It was called OpThink, for those who like operation names. It followed an increase in the number of reported incidents involving in vehicles in areas of Poole and indeed North Bournemouth. Force's intention is to disrupt this activity by seizing illegal vehicles, arresting offenders, and increasing patrols in the ASB hotspot areas. The vehicles will be sent away to be crushed and recycled. How it works is basically the Force Innovation Board, which is co-chaired by my chief executive, supported the delivery of OpThink with investment in a smart tag forensic spray. One of the problems before was Dorset Police have a problem chasing e-scooters and e-bikes because of what happened in South Wales. You may remember that there was a tragedy with a police vehicle chasing e-scooters. So it is the risk and harm equation comes in very much there. However, the smart tag forensic spray now gives them this option. So this is what we're talking about. Basically, we've got a partnership working with Bournemouth University to analyse data to provide us with an evidence base for plans for the future. That was the whole idea behind it. But it's been a great success story since they've started using it. And yes, my understanding is it is being rolled out across the force. Before this, 10 e-bikes were seized in 2024 before the launch of OpThink. That was 99 last year. E-scooters, 68 were seized in 2024. That was 128 last year. So there is now a greater focus. I've been howling for this focus on e-scooters and e-bikes for two reasons. One reason is I see the issues, particularly for our more vulnerable people. I mean, only this week, I think, in the Echo, there has been a lady who's got stitches from an encounter with an e-scooter, and I think there was something last week or the week before of a more serious injury. So I think that there is definitely something which needs to be done. Until legislation is actually applied to these in the way it should be, which means you have a registration number in the same way as a motorbike. An e-bike, which hurtles along at the same speed as a moped, needs the same legislation, for example. An e-scooter, even with the barrel bikes, you've got that tiny matchbox-sized registration number on the back. That's no use to anybody. What you need is a proper moped size registration. So until the legislation catches up, then we are going to have to keep on playing whack-a-mole with these. with the priorities that we've got and the resources we've got. Your point about serious organised crime using e-bikes and e-scooters, absolutely. I have been present when Hotel Watch received a presentation from the Southwest Regional Organised Crime Unit, and they highlighted that particular issue. The force are well aware of that. But here's the thing. You can't seize one which just happens to be in the garage. That's difficult because I have been on warrants where you can't seize it. You have to be riding it for it to, an e-scooter I'm talking about, you have to be riding on it for it to be illegal. So there are some interesting quirks around this, but you have my assurance that this is one of the areas I'm particularly keen on. I want to see more crushed, and I will hold the force to account to do more in this area.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah. Sorry for hijacking your question, by the way. I do appreciate
I
it.
consider it support, Councillor.
No, it got me thinking. So with the risk and harm equation, would that be varied? So obviously, as things stand, you wouldn't be allowed to say do a full stop of a scrambler bike. Would the risk and harm equation, could it lead to a different result if there was the understanding that one was being used for organised crime, or would that still be outweighed?
That's an operational question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not able to
Well, I
answer
won't
that.
worry.
Yeah.
Thank you for the response. It sounds like Dorset Police has trialled and developed a working model. Forgive me, is it think with a TH or think with an F?
I apologise for my diction. It's think.
Thinks. I do apologise for questioning your diction. I just want to make sure that I get this noted correctly. So I would hope that OpThink is a capability that our neighbourhood policing teams, especially in urban areas, are able to deploy. I have a few more questions around this, but I'm now thinking that this might be a good deep dive area for a paper.
Can I make one point?
Mm-hmm.
It's the usual point I bang on about, but this is where the share the intelligence button comes in on the Single Online Home website, because the police need to know where this is occurring, and they also need to know where the likelihood is that these bikes are going, because once they've been tagged, it may be the police don't have line of sight for the next hour to find it. They'll need the intelligence. So once again, if we could have the help of the community, then that would be brilliant.
I would make an observation in line with that I attended a community contact point at a hotspot within my area yesterday evening, and we discussed e-bikes, and the exact response I got from the neighbourhood policing team officers was, we need to build intelligence, we need reporting, and we need to be able to build the case, hit the thresholds before we can deploy the operations. So I do appreciate that is necessary. Please.
I was interested in the point about e-bikes. I think most of us don't really like them being called e-bikes because they're not. They get, and you said about legislation. Is there not legislation that says if they're going over 15 mile an hour, they're not an e-bike? They are.
Well, they still don't have registration.
No, but just I get the registration, and I know they need that as an op. But in the interim, is there not existing legislation that you can use that says they are going over 15 mile an hour, which is the limit on an e-bike, so therefore they are not an e-bike? So I just wonder whether the existing legislation was good enough. That was my question.
I have been informed that we are approaching 1 PM, which is the cut-off point under the Dorset Council procedural rules for us to ask for a vote of present members to extend to complete the business on the agenda. So I would like to propose that we do extend the meeting in order to complete today's business. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Adams. Can I get a show of hands in support for extending? Okay, against?
Not against, Chair, but I'll just give you notice that I might not be able to stay after another appointment later.
Okay, I appreciate that, Councillor Canavan. I will take that as carried that we will extend the meeting. Also, I might bring forwards. I know that Councillor Canavan does need to leave within a reasonable amount of time. So I may bring priority 3 forward, which is Councillor Canavan's priority area where he has a question, and then address my question on priority 2 afterwards, if that's generally acceptable. Okay. In which case, Councillor Canavan, would you like to ask your question on fight violence and high harm?
Yeah, I've just read this question again, and it's quite a long question with lots of sub-questions, but it's about the incidents that we've experienced recently in Bournemouth on the seafront and the surrounding areas. And I just would like to know what data the police have on those incidents and whether the statistics are showing any kind of seasonal pattern against previous years, and whether what we're experiencing now is in any way a kind of spike in the figures that have been experienced previously, and also the extent to which resourcing proactive visible policing is subject to a strategic assessment based on seasonal trend information, and whether the Commissioner could just give us a bit of an expansion of the role of the Violence Against Women and Girls officer in terms of horizon scanning and proactive work relating to sexual assault prevention.
So that's a lot of questions. What I can say is that the number of sexual offences in the Bournemouth Town Centre section area shows a steady decline over the last 5 years. Now, I'll be honest, it looks like a cardiogram with spikes up and down, but the general trend is that it is reducing. Given the number of offences on a monthly basis are quite low, though, they do jump around. So that's possibly the issue when you refer to a spike. But the general trend is down over the past 5 years. It would be helpful to understand precisely what data are being referred to in your question. If you've seen data which shows a spike, it would be useful to understand that. It would be useful to understand if it is rape and serious sexual offences, whether it's serious sexual offences. You see what I mean? And it would also be interesting to understand exactly where that is, because Bournemouth is a big place. So if a little bit more detail was given, we'd be able to give a little bit more of a detailed answer. But generally, in Bournemouth Town Centre, as I say, sexual offences are down. Now, you asked me to expand on what is resourcing on proactive visible policing subject to a strategic assessment based on seasonal trend information. I think we covered a lot of that in the seasonality paper, but actually the issue of sexual offences would be on the radar of Dorset Police and are on the radar of Dorset Police. It's why they have op show to look at antisocial behaviour, but also they're well aware when there has been sexual offences occurring on the beach, because we have had those in the past. In terms of dedicated officers working proactively on sexual assault prevention, I'm proud that Dorset has Project Vigilant. It's a national initiative led by policing aimed at tackling violence against women and girls in the nighttime economy, but also in public spaces. It focuses on proactively identifying and disrupting predatory behaviour. as well as ensuring a visible and reassuring presence. Now, we're running summer deployments under Project Vigilant in both Bournemouth and Weymouth town centres and beach areas, starting in June and running through July and August. And we will be making noise, as in public communication, about about Dorset Police doing it. Specialist teams will be used in combination with high visibility patrols. That includes plainclothes operations in key areas. The objective is to identify suspicious behaviours early, intervene where necessary, and provide safeguarding opportunities before offences can occur. Plainclothes officers will play a key role within Project Vigilant. By operating discreetly in, for example, the nighttime economy, they will be able to observe behaviours that may not be visible to uniformed patrols. So it won't be a uniformed officer walking into the pub looking for somebody causing trouble. It will be plainclothes officers. This includes identifying individuals displaying signs of predatory intent, such as following, targeting, or persistently approaching individuals who may be vulnerable. Where appropriate, these plainclothes officers will intervene directly or coordinate with uniformed colleagues to disrupt activity and safeguard those at risk. Those will be coordinated by the VORG lead within Dorset Police, and we will get reports on how it's performing. We will ask for a report on Project Vigilant for the end of the summer through my scrutiny via the various panels. And also, we get a quarterly report through the Criminal Justice Board on RASO specifically, which will cover this sort of thing. So I hope that's a pretty comprehensive answer. I can't answer the specific thing about a spike because I don't know the specific data.
Chair, that's helpful. Thank you very much. The origin of the question really stemmed from a meeting that we had in Bournemouth in BCP recently, specifically about the Bournemouth seafront, and a comment from our Chief Operations Officer that there was a particular concern about the sheer number of sexual assaults that were being experienced in that area, and I guess that just led me to think, well, is this is this out of the ordinary? So that was one element, and the other was the constant conversation we have all the time about resourcing.
Thank you for the question and the detailed response. I was also present at that meeting, and I think we both felt this was something that needed to be raised at the highest level. I'm particularly interested to hear about Project Vigilant, and I look forward to further reviews of its effectiveness after the summer period. So possibly something we may look at in September, if the numbers are in.
Can you give me a chance to scrutinise first before you scrutinise me? Because I think that might be just a little...
Double scrutiny. I will be advised, but I would love to hear about the outcome of that project. Okay, so we'll skip back to priority 2 if there are no further questions on violence and high harm. So I have a question. My question diverges slightly from what we've got down here. So we have discussed this. So the question is around digital evidence management, but it's more around online reporting and residents' ability to be able to submit digital media. So our residents have mobile phones, they're able to capture video and photographic evidence, but when it comes to submitting through the single online home system, they're unable to do that. And anecdotal evidence from speaking with residents is even when they flag that digital evidence is available, it's not always followed up. My real question is, when will we have a reporting system that can operate at a 21st century level in terms of allowing people to submit their digital evidence? I would say a couple of things have come up today that have piqued my interest, particularly from the Deputy Chief when she mentioned Optalos and review of the contact management systems and potential changes coming in at the end of the year. I'd be quite interested to know if improvements to the contact management system would reach reporting.
So to answer that last question first, Optalis will affect reporting, but what you're talking about here is the provision of visual evidence. Now, the provision of visual evidence is the problem that you are talking about is there's a two-stage process at the moment. So somebody will report a crime, and then it needs an investigator to say, send us the visual process. You asked an impossible question for me to answer because this is bound up with the single online home website. For those on the panel who may be new, the single online home website came in for Dorset a few years ago. It was one of my decisions to go to this because we had our own website, which was getting very clunky and could not be updated. 85% of the UK use single online home and 35 forces. There is a constant improvement panel which sits nationally in order to look at it. I know that this is on their agenda. As to when it's going to pop out the other end, then I'm afraid that's where some of these national projects seem to take forever, if you see what I mean. What I will do is I will keep pushing on it. I'll make the point about the fact that we've still got this two-stage process. I do know, and I was very interested in what you said. You said sometimes it's not followed up. Any instances where it's not followed up, I'd like you to send to me, because my expectation is that it is followed up, and indeed the force have that expectation. They have metrics around that in order to look at it. What I need to know is where are the instances, and was it not followed up, and was there a reason given for why it was not followed up? So I'm very happy to look at any of those because those are examples I can use it with my scrutiny in order to make it better. The other point I think I'll make is single online home allows everybody 24/7 to report the crimes. It is, I believe, an improvement on what we had before, but it has elements which could improve further. This panel will know that one of the elements that I basically achieved was the improvement around the share the intelligence, which was hidden. And now that we've got that sorted. In the interim, there is something which will help. Business and members of the public can voluntarily choose to register the location of their CCTV or doorbell cameras on a community portal, which enables Dorset Police to quickly identify should a crime be committed, whether there are any community cameras in the vicinity, enabling the camera's owners to be contacted proactively by officers. So that's not solving the two-stage process, but that's making the latter part of it even better. To give you an example, this is something which we've changed for shoplifting by getting stores to record their cameras on the system. It allowed much faster through things like Operation Shopkeeper, much faster resolutions to occur. I think the record is 8 hours from report to resolution, with the evidence being sent in, processed, and a resolution then being applied. So it can happen, but we've got to address this two-stage process. So I will keep pushing centrally about it with the other PCCs.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses. I mean, given that 85% of forces are using single online home, they are undoubtedly feeling the same constraints. I am pleased to hear there's a constant improvement panel around single online home. I hope that we are able to feed these concerns in. I think it would be great if other PCCs are, others through association, are able to give weight to these issues if they are feeling the same thing. I would conclude by saying I really firmly believe that by driving improvements to single online home would also drive resident satisfaction levels with reporting in general.
I agree with that totally.
I am also interested in the voluntary resignation of resident and retail CCTV. I can think of a number of instances in hotspot locations where there is CCTV, privately owned CCTV present, from ring doorbells to retail systems. I would happily drive to get those registered. I could do with a bit more information on the process and how to. I think panel members in general would benefit from.
I'd be delighted to be able to supply that, and to find out more about this and to register your cameras with the scheme, please search for Dorset Police NICE Investigate online. I'll say that again. Dorset Police NICE, as in the biscuit, Investigate online.
Okay. Yes. I did come across this within your annual report.
Yep.
So yeah, I will do some diligence around that. Thank you for the steer. Okay, so if we do not have any further questions around priority 2, we are gonna Councillor Wood.
Sorry, hopefully a quick question. Just on the metrics we have here, we have the percentage of people who feel Dorset Police are doing a good job in their area. Is that actually something that you're measuring quarterly? And who are the people? We might have already been told this, but I forgot.
We have, I think. I'm going to go to Adam on this because he's the stats guru.
I'm not quite sure that's the case, but yeah, it is measured quarterly via force reporting, so it comes via a consultation firm into the force, and we update it each quarter here. But that number that you've got in the report is pretty consistent. It's been very similar for a good number of quarters, as you'll remember.
What is the pool that they're surveying? Who are the people that they're talking to?
Yes, it's 1,200 people annually, and it's done as you'd imagine, in a way which is meant to be fully representative of the population. So again, using professional consultation firm to make sure that it's a reasonable and accurate measure.
Okay, thank you. Shall we move on to priority 4, fight rural crime? And we have an advanced question from Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Chair. The performance report refers to educating dog owners in relation to disturbance of livestock and animal stock. Can the PCC provide us with further data on numbers of reports and responses, and maybe some outcomes of the change in the legislation?
So yes, I do have some data on that. I mean, it's worth just saying what livestock worrying is. It's the act of dogs chasing, attacking, or causing distress to farm animals, such as sheep, cattle, goats, and chickens. It's in the case of sheep, they don't even have to actually chase or attack. It's an offence for the dog merely to be out of control in the vicinity of sheep. This doesn't apply to other animals, but there is a certain sensitivity around flocks and what happens there. This is because basically you can have serious injuries, deaths to animals. It can cause pregnant livestock to miscarry, and it impacts on farmers' future, basically stock and income. It's a criminal offence. It's a criminal offence. And if dog owners are identified and it is dealt with, that's a positive effect for the farming community. It is also, I believe, a danger to the dog, as there are farmers who will take their own measures. And I think they are, unless it's changed, allowed to in law as well. You will know that I coordinate and chair the Dorset Partnership Against Rural Crime. This I brought together. It has all the partners who work in the rural communities. National Farmers Union, I won't list them all, but it is everybody who is involved, who have come forward and who I can get hold of to come and sit together. Through this, we together as a collective try to raise awareness each year on the control of dogs and the impact of livestock worrying. This is led by my communication team, particularly around the lambing and also ground nesting birds when they're in season, which is another problem of this. To ensure this remains as a forefront, the park has this subject as a reoccurring theme. So we did comms in January and March, 5 separate news releases about livestock worrying, dog control, including the Shaun the Sheep countryside code video and force ops recall video. We talked about ground nesting birds with Forestry England, and a link there. And we also, on the Dorset Country Watch website, put the law changes on livestock worrying. So we've also supplied signage, such as a traffic light system, signage on control of dogs on Forestry England sites. The feedback from park members is that the additional comms is a step in the right direction. The reality remains that farmers and landowners don't always report instances of livestock worrying. So I'm concerned the true picture may not be found. Also, being a tourist area, we have visitors with dogs from urban areas who may not be so attuned to the countryside and the needs thereof. So hence the work of the PCC, the Force and the park partners to all try and increase awareness of this. I thought it was worthwhile saying that. In terms of data, in 2022-23, there were 27 offences. In 23-24, 13. In 24-25, 12. And in 25-26, 8. Almost all of livestock worrying incidents are caused by out-of-control dogs. So it looks like there's been a notable and positive reduction. We've measured this with consistent methodology. I believe that improvement reflects the ongoing proactive prevention work which is going on to raise awareness and promote responsibility. From an enforcement side, I'll give you a flavour of the detail of outcomes since April this year. We've had 1 conditional caution issued to a dog owner, which meant that they paid the farmer's veterinary costs and they had to adhere to specific conditions. We had a dog behaviour order granted through the courts, imposing strict control measures on both owner and dog. A dog behaviour contract implemented setting clear expectations and conditions, and a community resolution. The legislation came in March 2026. Dorset Police has updated its toolkit to ensure officers are aware of the changes. The main change moves attack from being within the definition of worrying into its own separate category of a dog attacking or worrying livestock. The location of where the offence can be committed has also been widened to include a road or a path in addition to agricultural land. Those are the 2 main changes to the legislation. I hope that gives you a full answer. It's a good news story. And we just hope that farmers keep reporting and people keep taking notice of the warning signs and the publicity.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondered if it would be beneficial for a regular update on numbers at all, if that's possible.
Well, I get a regular update. I mean, you know, if you want to put it as a key line of inquiry and a question sometime, then I'm happy with that.
Is it a stat that could be included within the quarterly monitoring report?
I think there's a danger. The quarterly monitoring report at the moment gives a good overview of where we are. If we include every stat everybody wants at every meeting, it will be 50 pages long, and there's no way I can do it in 10 minutes like I tried to do today. Also, I would also remind members that it is my job to scrutinise the force. Your job's to scrutinise me. So it's me who needs the regular updates, and then I come back when you have a question. That's the way that this thing works. But I'll put the highlights in the quarterly monitoring report.
Yeah, all I would say is, I guess it's priorities, isn't it? You know, what the force feels is the highest priority and the lowest priority. But clearly, you know, I'm sure that farmers get very stressed with regards to, you know, dogs, you know, attacking their livestock, and I think it would be, personally, I think it would be good to highlight exactly how the force is getting on, you know, with those numbers.
And I think that's a very fair shout, and that's that I'm asking Force Comms to be more determined to do, is to share the good news. So I think there is something. I'll take a note and make certain that that's on their agenda.
Thank you both. I will move on to priority 5, putting victim and communities first. The first question is around seasonality. So we are seeing the effects of seasonality happen in real time, especially in our urban areas. Again, this draws on some of the discussion we've had around neighbourhood policing earlier in this session. OPSHO has been phenomenally successful on the seafront and our town centres in dealing with seasonal response, but it comes at a cost to neighbourhood policing resource. It's that simple. Anecdotally, what I am seeing is, having come through the first quarter of this year with lots of visible hotspot policing, that resource is now being abstracted to the town centre and seafront areas. Can the abstraction of resource, is the abstraction of resource being quantified so that we can measure how much neighbourhood policing resource is being deployed as planned versus abstracted to frontline or demand roles? Can we then compare that year on year so that we can really quantify the effects on our communities of this seasonal demand, and by doing so build a further case to support the PCC's lobbying to get a fair deal for Dorset to fund seasonality and rural sparsity? Is part one of the question. A supplemental part of this question comes from Councillor Canavan. I hope he doesn't mind me paraphrasing. The intention from central government was that the extra funding for neighbourhood policing should provide dedicated resource. However, in practice, is this resource being abstracted to meet seasonal demands?
So the simple answer is yes, that will happen. We are very clear what happens with the summer. It'll be helpful to start with a quick overview of the neighbourhood policing guarantee. This pledges to fund 13,000 more neighbourhood officers, including police officers, PCSOs and special constables in England and Wales by the end of this parliamentary session in 2029. Based on our funding allocation, the Home Office has set Dorset Police a target to increase the numbers working in frontline neighbourhood policing roles by 40 police officers, 3 PCSOs and 16 specials in year 1 and a further 15 in year 2. This is our share of the first 4,750 officers of the 13,000. Members will be aware that Dorset Police, like most forces, in order to maintain its number of police officers, has relied on placing some of them in roles that have been traditionally carried out by police staff. That is exactly what happened to us across the last 2 years. We had to lose police staff. You will remember we talked about that under all the funding constraints that we were operating under, and they had to be backfilled by police officers at a greater cost and with less expertise. Therefore, the Chief Constable and I have been very clear that rather than just simply recruiting more officers and placing them in staff roles, as per the objective of the Neighbourhood Policing Fund, we would also seek to recruit a number of police staff roles to free up those officers already stuck there and return them to the visible front line. These roles include police staff, investigators, detention officers, PCSOs, neighbourhood specials and contact officers. But let's be really clear what we're talking about here. We're talking about 40 officers and 15 officers from central government. That is the lowest allocation because it is allocated according to the national funding formula. What we're doing and what we have done is we've had a Operation Evolve in Dorset Police to look at what we can do to do exactly what I've just enunciated. Move people around, move people out of police staff roles, make certain that we have more officers on the front line. And that is delivering more than the neighbourhood policing guarantee. Members will note that this number of additional officers, whilst thank you for those extra officers, it's very welcome. It's not sufficient to mitigate the impact of summer policing. And so what we're doing is everything that we do every year. Dorset Police have planned operationally with intensity around this. They are asking people to do overtime the way that we've had to ask in previous summers. And with another bout of hot weather, we're doing exactly that. We're seeking more officers to work overtime on days or lates during this period of high intensity hot weather. That seasonality paper still stands. Those issues are still there. They won't go away until this funding formula is dealt with. That is the key element that needs to change.
Councillor Canavan, do you have a follow-up?
Well, I guess only to express a bit of surprise, really, because politically, I think anyway, the message was fundamentally clear that these would be neighbourhood policing officers, full stop, and that they would not be abstracted to work elsewhere. Now, what you appear to be saying, for all the reasons you've outlined, is that actually in practice that's not the case. My suggestion is that I believe that conflicts with what politically this government was trying to achieve.
So I think you've misunderstood me. Those numbers of officers which were given to us through the neighbourhood policing guarantee, they're there. In addition, we've moved around to make certain that the other officers are moving out into the front line. We have got more officers in the front line now than we've had, we certainly had when we started. But my point is this: it does not mitigate the summer policing demand. And it won't until the national funding formula is dealt with. So it doesn't matter what political spin is put on the neighbourhood policing guarantee, it doesn't fix the problem.
Thank you both. I would like to dial down the political temperature. We have always made a commitment to focus on the best possible outcomes for the people of Dorset. But this, I can see why this is an area of passionate inquiry, because it's probably the most has the greatest impact on our residents. We visit the national funding formula regularly in this panel. When we pull the threads to quality of service, ability to have the required visible policing and resident satisfaction, that thread leads to funding, and that further leads to a flawed and outdated national funding formula. And this is something that has existed across multiple governments as well. So this is not a new thing. The work was carried out in 2015 to revise the national funding formula, but it didn't go out to consultation. I have, as previously discussed and voted on by the panel, I've drafted a letter to the Home Office which asks for and supports the PCC's calls for a fair deal for Dorset police funding. This is something that is being considered within the parameters of the police reform that is ongoing. In particular, the police reform white paper in January 26 from local to national, a new model for policing, has a commitment within it to review the funding formula and explicitly states it will work in partnership with policing to explore the structure and scope of the police funding settlement. My fear is that this must be delivered in a timely manner. There's a lot more to say on this. In the time that I've been on this panel, this is the fundamental issue. This is the thing. I recall at the budget meeting in 2025 that Chief Constable Pearson saying that in order to have a good service, we need an extra, I think it was £12 million a year. A revised funding formula could deliver 18, and it would be transformative. And I feel this is something that we should strive for in any way that we can. Anyway, not to go too deep into this because we have been here a number of times before, but we will continue to raise our voice and we'll continue to fight for the best possible outcomes for our residents. Does anybody else have any further questioning or lines of inquiry around this element? Okay, I think I've probably said enough for everyone. We have a further question from Councillor Canavan regarding Oxford.
Yeah, just a question in relation to this section of the report as to whether or not it could include details of data collected in relation to Operation Ford. You know, how many incidents have been logged in the last 12 months, for example, and is any action taken in relation to those cases other than simply recording individual details?
Thank you. I can give you some information on this. I saw it earlier, but couldn't find it in the second there. Opbridger was set up following the tragic murders of MPs Joe Cox and Sir David Amis. That is the UK's policing contribution to the safety and security of MPs while they were away from Parliament. This also includes all candidates in the general election. Basically, the OpFord is the similar UK policing initiative aimed at strengthening the safety and security of local elected officials. This covers, for example, unitary authority councillors, police and crime commissioners, and candidates for those roles. It applies to any act committed against a serving elected official where it is reasonable to believe that the act has been committed with the intention of intimidating or harassing the elected officer or candidate in connection with their official position or potential future position. In terms of data, so Opbridger, there were 20 occurrences for 2025, 8 so far in 2026. Those incidents are directly related to MPs, their homes, offices and family. And they range from an individual acting strangely outside their office to a volume of emails being sent to an individual that amounts to harassment. In terms of those who have attended op-forward briefings on personal security, in Dorset Council, 28 councillors have attended, BCP 29 councillors have attended. The uptake is fairly low. We offer, Dorset Police offers all councillors briefings on a regular basis. I haven't got the number of incidents logged, and I think there was a little worry that I might identify the individuals if I actually said it, because we discussed this yesterday. It's very small.
The issue for me, you know, irrespective of the numbers, is to the extent to which we are monitoring how, you know, those numbers. If you're monitoring it on the basis only of those councillors that have attended briefing, that's one factor. If you're monitoring it on the basis of the incidents that have been reported, that's a different figure.
Well, we've got those figures.
Yeah.
But as I say, they are very small. And what we're conscious of is we might inadvertently identify the people involved if we talk about them. That was the advice I was given yesterday.
Okay. So in terms of process,
yeah,
once an incident has occurred and it has been logged within the Operation Forward statistics.
That's right.
Is anything else happening other than people being offered briefings, which may or may not be taken up?
From the point of view that there's a specific officer within Dorset Police whose job is to look at Bridger and Ford. So he will be looking at it on an ongoing basis to identify any patterns, any issues from that regard going forward. So if there was a theme which was beginning to come forward. But as I say, at the moment for Operation Ford, it is a very small amount of incidents. If you are aware of an incident which has been reported and nothing appears to have happened about it, then please write to me and I'll take that up. Because that's the area that I'm most concerned about, is if something gets missed.
Yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail, but there is a distinction between the incident being reported and what the police do about it.
That's what I mean. If you're not getting a good service, if somebody's not getting a good service under this, then I'm really interested in it because I'd like to be able to take that up.
Right. Okay. Well, this is about me, so but after. Do
you want to talk to me separately then? Yeah.
I was about to advise that. I think this might benefit from a one-to-one communication.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, very happy.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
This. Ooh.
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify one point. I did miss the briefing. I wasn't here. And I know a little bit about Opford, not as much as I'd like to know. You said briefings were regularly available. I've only seen, unless I'm misreading things, I've only seen one invitation to us for an Opford briefing. It feels to me, and the conversation that we had around this point the other day, was that yes, there could be a lot more publicity about what you could do, what's on it, and what you could do with it, and what things we should be reporting, what things we shouldn't be reporting, down to, you know, there's threats of physical abuse, but there's a lot of things said online that are very harmful to us and our families, and that's probably the area that is most prevalent. You'd like to think that probably at our level we don't get many threats of violence. I know of a couple around my area of councillors around me. So if I don't know, I'm not the only one. That would be my feeling.
I've got particular sympathy around this because I myself have had a death threat. My family, my wife was stalked you know, it's something that does need to be addressed. And if you don't feel that you're getting the communication from Dorset Police that you need around this, then I'll take that back and we'll sort it out.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the priority 6, make every penny count. At the budget meeting in February, we covered an awful lot of ground, but there was also a degree of uncertainty in terms of communication from government regarding certain grants. And at the time, we took a point of note that we would revisit this at the July meeting. This is not a deep dive, but more of a potential fill in the blanks, and were there any significant things that didn't manifest or gaps that didn't get filled?
Thank you. And any penalties for not achieving the required increase in resources. These conditions have now been received. Would you like to guess when they were received? Yesterday afternoon. So you remember I was slightly twitchy about being able to come back here. I can't give you the full detail of all those conditions because my finance officer needs time to assimilate them and needs to talk to the force finance officer, and then they need to look at it. So I'm afraid that my guess was right. September would have been a better one. But let me carry on. These conditions have now been received. They confirm that we need to maintain 43 officers and PCSOs in neighbourhood policing from year 1 and the additional 15 officers from year 2 in order to receive the grant. As I said earlier, Project Evolve we will carry on doing. This was alluded to by the Deputy Chief Constable earlier when she talked about the focus on different departments, driving out value, making certain we give the best possible service for the right amount of money. And Project Evolve will carry on. There's still 2 assessment points during the year, 30th of September and 31st of March. There's no penalties for missing the 30th of September target, just a limit and delay in the amount of grant that can be claimed at that point. A loss of grant only applies if the target is missed on the 31st of March next year. I've been clear with the force, and I know the Deputy Chief is clear about this. We are not going to miss that target. There's some really specific details about what does and doesn't count towards the target, the thresholds about what can be claimed and when, and the performance information which also has to be reported alongside the resource levels, which are probably too much detail to go through now, but my treasurer can provide a briefing note setting out the full details for the panel after the meeting. One issue which came to light after the precept meeting, which has been resolved for 2026-27, but is currently impacting 27-28, is around the grant funding for regional organised crime units. I do want to make a couple of points about this. Firstly, when you talk about serious organised crime, when you talk about the drug dealing which is going on in our society, the effect of that is felt locally, but they operate regionally. And one of the key elements in addressing this issue is the regional organised crime unit. Now, at the same time, as the NCA have said, the biggest threat in this country is illegal drugs. We're cutting funding for the regional organised crime unit. Around a third of the funding for the Southwest ROCU comes from a Home Office grant. This grant disappeared from the 2026-27 settlement, and a Home Office later confirmed they will no longer be providing the grant. I don't understand that. When you've got the biggest issue, and one of the key elements to deal with it is the regional organised crime unit. Given the significant timing of this announcement, i.e. after most budgets have been set, a one-off grant has been provided for the current year. This has been provided, as I understand it, because the NCA had an underspend, which has questions around it in itself. The potential impacts of the decision are being highlighted to the Home Office on a national basis. I was in front of the Home Affairs Select Committee yesterday, and I made this exact point, that at the same time as we are spending millions on police reform, we are cutting funding for wastewater, which is the way the police know what drugs are occurring in their areas. We are cutting 30% off of rock use, which is the way that we affect the regional need to address drug dealers. We have also cut 25% of the British Transport Police County Lines Task Force. I submit to the panel, we are rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic whilst Rome burns, to mix analogies. But this is the point. If the biggest threat to our society, which we see manifesting in the crime patterns on our streets, is drugs, what are we doing? I haven't got an answer, but I have made the point to government, and PCCs have made the point to government, but I'm now seeing a pattern, a real pattern of taking money away from the important things and being spent on the less important things.
I mean, my reaction to that is just I'm disappointed, but more accurately furious that the elements, interventions against organised crime in Bournemouth North are absolutely critical and ongoing and being carried out by Southwest Regional Organised Crime Unit, as I understand, and obviously not going into any sort of specifics, but the idea that our organised crime units can be cut by 30% without any kind of check or balance, I just find that absolutely beggars belief.
Well, the first thing I'll say, for this year, it's been made up. So we don't have a current burning bridge. But where we go in the future is absolutely important that is dealt with and dealt with quickly. And that's the message that PCCs and I believe chief constables have given to government. And I gave it to government yesterday.
I mean, county lines blight our area. We are at the end of a main line from London. There is clear county lines traffic coming into the most deprived areas of BCP. I'm really shocked that the county lines British Transport Task Force would receive cuts. It needs more funding, if anything. That's something for me and the panel to consider. I think the impacts that's likely to have. Also, with regards to your update on the neighbourhood policing grant, it's interesting to get a bit more oversight into the mechanics of how this neighbourhood policing grant works. I mean, on the surface of it, I think our understanding was this was £1.6 million that would come in to give us extra officers and really fortify our neighbourhood teams. But it seems to have similar conditions to the uplift scheme, which outwardly appear punitive if we have risk of loss of grant at the targeted review at the end of March 27. This sounds concerning.
Well, we're going to do everything. I'm going to hold the force to account. The force know that target. They will be doing everything they can to avoid that. We have a much better recruitment analysis and process, which means that we are more optimistic that that target will be achieved. It is different to the uplift targets. It is less less intrusive. It is less punitive, but nevertheless, until Julie and Neil have had a look at those conditions, we won't quite know what we're playing with.
So those aspects of this were only
Yesterday,
published yesterday,
that's when we got them, wasn't it?
and you have had the difficult job of building a budget around these unknowns. Okay, that is a situation that really has my sympathy, and I would commend the work that's been done to financial plan up to this point. And thank you very much for the update. Do we have any other questions from members around any of these issues? Okay. Okay. Moving on to our second to last advanced question. I will pass to Councillor Canavan regarding absence.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have looked at this before, but in terms of the absence rates for officers, is it possible to give details on the impacts across the force? What I mean by that is the extent to which those impacts are affecting, people based on age or role or demographics or whatever, and does that have any kind of consequential impact on the force? I mean, it may be you just say to me, well, it's completely across the board and it covers all ranks, which in itself would be an issue. But the Deputy Chief Constable mentioned occupational health support in her comments earlier on, so that's obviously one prevention measure. But I'm just wondering whether there are any other measures being taken to identify the underlying stresses that are being experienced. And could you just, as a point of clarity, just outline whether those statistics that are in the report cover PCSOs?
Yes, so I've got quite a bit of information about this. Look, how this is monitored is through a strategic dashboard rather than a performance report. It should be noted that the primary accountability structure for scrutinising Dorset Police performance is a monthly force performance board. So these are looked at on a monthly basis. That's chaired by the Deputy Chief and attended by my Chief Executive. So they get detailed breakdowns of officers and staff absences, both short and long term, plus statistics on the number of people on restricted duties or adjusted duties, the numbers being supported through Occupational Health Service and much more, including the reasons for absence. So they will see that across the board. On that basis, I don't suggest that we seek to add in additional statistics at the time, but instead continue to focus on the work undertaken by my office. So basically, we're looking at this on a regular basis. You will remember that last July, we had a full paper on staff health and well-being. I commend that paper to those who would not have had the opportunity to hear it being discussed. The paper stated that overall, the data at the time showed Dorset Police's level of long-term sickness absence was higher than national average for both officers and staff. So that was 2.5% of the workforce as opposed to 2% on average nationally. At the time, however, we also noted when considering these figures, in terms of numbers, this rate represented 37 officers and 32 staff on long-term sickness. And the demographics of those will include probably across the whole thing. I don't have the specific details because my team look at that with the force on a regular basis. For those numbers to align with the national average, this would equate to only 7 fewer officers than we had absent at that time. The paper also highlighted the delay in officers and staff receive support from the internal occupational health service, and that was exacerbating absence rates. If you remember, we weren't happy with the occupational health service a gold group was stood up to address that. So whilst the data highlighted in red on the quarterly report for the period of January to March of this year, it is red, but I'm pleased to report that sickness absence figures have since returned to a more acceptable figure. So as we said, this is a small number of officers which were throwing us into the red from that point of view. The gold group has been stood down. So members will therefore see this statistic improve in subsequent reports. We were close to coming out of the red now. Regarding whether the police staff include PCSOs, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. Do you know the answer?
Police staff includes PCSOs.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So yes, it does cover the PCSOs. Thank you.
Councillor Adams, you had a follow-on to this.
I think it is more of a general question, although you've kind of answered it with the data. I was drawing on my role when I was a member of the Fire and Rescue Authority, although accepting they have very different responsibilities in overseeing the performance and accountability. But it was just an observation that based on the information right across this report, there is a lot of information, but I find it very hard to compare to things. And I guess the solution would be in advance of a meeting asking you for the comparator data, which I'll do. But just to show you what I mean, this is more of an observation. But if you see violence against the person and fighting violent crime and high harm, you see there's 4,400 incidents, and it's about there. I don't know how about there compares to last quarter, last year, 3 years ago. And so you can't actually draw the inference as to whether things are actually getting better or they're just as bad as they were last year, which was worse than 3 years ago. But I guess it's more of an observation because the Fire Authority had a whole dashboard that you could go into, look at those things, and it made it really easy to scrutinise where things were going wrong. Where I don't feel, and this is an initial observation, I don't feel that role is quite as easy just having a figure. But the obvious solution coming out from your questions earlier is that I will just ask you for those figures in advance of the meeting if there is an area. So I've answered my own question, but it was more of an observation of how it's not a perfect science.
It's the slight difference from the point of view of the Fire Authority is the scrutiny body for the force, whereas the Police and Crime Commissioner and his office is a scrutiny. So it's for the fire services. We're the scrutiny body for the force. So it's a slight difference. But I as you've seen, if I have questions in advance, I will get the data. I will answer the questions. If it's a deep dive, like we did on seasonality and indeed well-being, I do commend those particular 2 papers because they go to the core of the key issues which the chief was talking about, and the third one is contact. I commend those papers for you to have a look at as a new member of the board. It'd be really good. And yes, any questions in advance, we will do our best. But we have discussed how long in advance because. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would love a live data dashboard if it's all possible, but I won't hold my breath too much. I'd like to thank all of the members for bringing this forward. I consider this to be excellent scrutiny of the performance report by all members. I would also like to thank the PCC and the OPCC officers for their diligence in providing answers to our scrutiny questions. We have covered item 10, the annual report, which was commended. We are on the complaints update. I would like to afford Councillor Canavan the opportunity to have a quick chat with you. No? Okay, then that's something maybe pick up between yourselves. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Canavan.
minutes, so I don't want to take the chance to get stuck in traffic.
Okay, I accept that. That's okay. Yeah, we're still for it. We are still for it, but only just so. That's probably, I need the rest of you to stay. Okay, this won't take too long. Item 11, complaints update. I would like to pass to Mark to give us an update on that.
Thanks, Chair. And I probably should have explained at the beginning that I'm the lead officer for the Police and Crime Panel and failed to do so. Okay, so just referring first of all to the complaints that were received since the last meeting. One complaint was received and investigated by the Monitoring Officer for the Police and Crime Commissioner and was not upheld. A further complaint has been received in the past few days, which will now be submitted for investigation, but hasn't been done. That hasn't happened yet. The Complaints Subcommittee met after the main panel meeting on the 6th of February to consider a complaint where a complainant was not satisfied with the findings of that initial investigation, and that set out the following. A particular complaint had been managed correctly and in accordance with the complaints protocol, with the exception of timeliness. There was one element of the complaint that had not been resolved, and the subcommittee issued an explanatory letter to the complainant setting out their escalation route. So that resolves, I think, the update in terms of complaints. In terms of the complaints protocol itself, there was a short discussion at that subcommittee meeting, and the suggestion to mirror recent changes that have happened within the Dorset Council complaints policy as the host authority for the Police and Crime Panel. These changes are shown in red in the committee papers, but essentially the aim of those changes is to try and better manage complaints that are submitted that have utilised artificial intelligence. So the changes are set out in 2.5. Essentially, what we're suggesting within that is that complaints are only accepted where submitted via the existing e-form. And to be fair, complaints pretty much always come through that channel anyway. But we also reserve the right to summarise lengthy AI-generated complaints. So, Chair, if you're happy, if we could propose that as a updated complaints protocol.
Sorry, pardon me. This seems like an entirely reasonable update to the complaints process in line with Dorset Council's own procedures, taking into account the fast-moving technological world that we live in and the increase in AI-driven content being submitted. I would welcome BCP taking up similar adaptations because this is happening across the board. We are starting to drown in AI-generated content, which is an enemy of brevity and getting things done, really. So, yes, I'm happy to propose and commend these changes. Happy to second Councillor Adams. Can we get a show of hands from those present? Okay, that's carried unanimously, I believe. Okay, excellent. So we are on the forward work plan. So we have got 2 items listed for October at the moment, which are hate crimes and hate incidents, led by Councillor Sidway and Canavan. Rise and out of court disposals is on the list from myself. We have other topics along the lines of heritage crime, rural crime update, budget updates, Project Evolve, and Opt Forward. I would like to propose a couple of other items to go on our forward work plan potentially. I think following today's discussions, it would be useful to have a deep dive into the e-bike scooter and social behaviour strategy, and a look at OpThink. The criteria that our neighbourhood policing teams would need to meet, and some case studies of it being used. I think that would generally be quite useful if members are in agreement. Okay, I'll take that as a consensus to add to the forward work plan. I would be particularly interested in a deep dive into op shopkeeper and retail crime. I think that would be really useful in context of what we're experiencing in Dorset. We have Opboard, Bridger on the list as well. Do members have any deep dive scrutiny areas that they would like to bring forward and add to the forward work plan?
I would have said the scramble bikes, that's probably the number one issue I face as well. So very pleased.
Okay, excellent. So scramblers, is that the? Yeah. Okay.
Can we make certain that we capture scrambler bikes, e-bikes, e-scooters? Because otherwise we'll do e-bikes and scooters.
Illegal motorised vehicles. I'm quite happy to accept that.
So we're talking about motorised skateboards.
I guess not. Okay, illegal motorised vehicles, we'll put that on the forward work plan.
Chair, are we happy to confirm that these are the items for the October meeting?
For the October meeting, I am happy to withdraw rise and out of courts to the general list. And if members are in agreement, I think it would be good to bring forward the e-bike, motorised vehicle paper. Okay. Councillor Sidway was the lead on the hate crime deep dive. I think we will keep that. We will aim to get you a bit more detail than that headline. But I think that's something that our lead officer can liaise with the lead member on. Okay, so we'll be looking at two papers in October. Okay, fabulous. Then, if everybody's happy with our forward work plan, we are on item 13, urgent items. Do we have any urgent items?
No.
Seems a little remiss to have urgent items as item 13, but that's, there we go. Any exempt business as item 14?
And no exempt business, Chair.
Okay. Is there any other business from the Police and Crime Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say one thing. I know that you thank my team, but I also would like to pay tribute to them, and particularly to Simon, because Simon Bullock, my chief executive, did a lot of the heavy lifting around the recruitment process that we've just gone through. And I think it is appropriate for me to pay tribute to him and he put together the paper, for example, that we brought forward. So I think that's important because you can't get a chief constable without having a process. He ran the process for me. So I just wanted to make that point and to thank him publicly.
I would really like to acknowledge that and echo the Commissioner's thanks. This is I only saw the tip of the iceberg at the panel. The amount of hard work and diligence and having to stick to a vast range of statutory and regulatory guidelines. Yeah, I salute your work on this, Simon, and the rest of the team as well. So thank you, everybody. Any other business? Then I would like to thank everybody for bearing with us. Unfortunately, this is a slightly longer overrun than usual, but I'm sure that we can acknowledge having the opportunity of the preferred candidate for Chief Constable. We needed to explore those lines of questioning to the fullest. and I always make as much space as possible for our scrutiny of the quarterly monitoring report. So thank you for bearing with me, and see you in October. Thank you, everybody.